Listen closely. This moment is not random. You didn't land here by mistake. Heaven set this appointment with you before you even woke up today. Everything else can wait. Because this message carries the weight of eternity. You are not here by accident. Since childhood, you've carried a sense that you didn't belong. You tried to silence it, to walk like everyone else. But the fire inside you kept burning. You couldn't ignore it, even in the loneliest nights. Something inside whispered, "You are meant for more." That whisper was not fantasy, it was destiny calling your name. Think of all the times rejection came, opportunities shut in your face, relationships crumbled when you needed them most. At first, you thought it was punishment. But no, those closed doors were protection. Those disappointments were redirections. What looked like loss was evidence that you were marked to walk a road others could not walk. Let me tell you about a young man who endured a long season of silence. He prayed, but heaven seemed quiet. He knocked, but no door opened. Friends moved forward, while he stood still. For years, he carried the weight of waiting. Yet, hidden in that season, God was shaping his character, breaking false dependencies, building strength. And when the time came, what others called delay became the very foundation of his breakthrough. You, too, have been in that hidden place. Like a seed pressed beneath the soil, you've looked forgotten. But the truth is, you've been planted, not buried. Transformation was happening underground. Roots were digging deep. Life was pushing forward where no eye could see. And now, the ground is trembling. Your time of awakening is near. Imagine yourself as gold placed in fire. To the outside, fire looks destructive, cruel. But for gold, fire is not destruction, it is refinement. Everything false burns away, leaving only what is pure and unshakable. That has been your story. The flames you survived did not consume you. They revealed who you really are. We are reminded in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. This word is for you right now. The world may have written you off, but heaven has already written your destiny. The enemy will try to convince you otherwise. He whispers, "If you were chosen, why do you suffer? If you were called, why are you alone?" But those lies crumble under the truth. You are chosen precisely because you have endured what others could not. Every attack was a signal that you are a threat to darkness. Every battle was confirmation of the light you carry. Chosen one. You no longer have to explain yourself. You don't need to justify your difference. The scars you bear are evidence of survival. The breath in your lungs is proof that the plan of God is still unfolding. If this message has struck your spirit, let it be more than words. Respond with faith. Share this with someone who needs the same awakening. Leave a comment with the number 999 as a sign that you're stepping into alignment with your calling. And if you haven't yet, subscribe and stay connected, because you cannot afford to walk this road without continual strength pouring into your soul. Lift your head. You were never meant to blend in. You were never created to vanish in the shadows. Heaven's seal is on you, and the world will soon see what God has placed within you. This is your moment of awakening. This is the page turning in your story. Chosen one. Lean in even more, because there is something deeper you must grasp. Every trial, every hidden year, every unanswered question has been woven together by the hand of God. What felt like chaos was actually design. What looked like delay was actually divine alignment. Heaven has never been late with your story. The timing of God is different from the timing of man, and you are about to see why you had to wait. There is a generation rising that will not bow to the idols of this world. You are part of it. You have been chosen to shine where compromise has become normal. Others may laugh at your convictions, but your stand will be the very thing that shakes their hearts. Do not shrink back. You were not born to imitate, you were born to illuminate. I want you to picture a lighthouse. It doesn't move with the waves. It doesn't bend with the storm. While ships are tossed back and forth, the lighthouse remains steady, shining through the darkness. That is who you are. People may not understand why you remain firm, but when their storms rage, your light will become their guide. You are the lighthouse in their night. And hear this, your story has not been wasted, even the parts you are ashamed of, the failures you hide, the mistakes that haunt you, they will become part of your testimony. God specializes in using broken pieces to build unshakable altars. What the enemy meant for harm will turn into the very evidence of God's faithfulness in your life. So as you take in this word, don't just hear it, receive it. Let it sink into the deepest part of you. Let it break the lies that told you that you are forgotten. You are not forgotten. You are chosen. And soon, the world will see the unveiling of what God has hidden inside you. This is not the end. It is the beginning. You carry a mark that cannot be erased. Though invisible to human eyes, it is known in the heavens and feared in the depths of darkness. This is the mark of separation, the seal of belonging that God places on those who are His. Others may not understand why you stand apart, why you cannot settle into the patterns they find normal. But you know, deep within, you sense it. You were set apart, marked for something beyond ordinary life. This separation is not a punishment. It is a sign of favor. Think about the prophets of old. Jeremiah was called before he was even born. Samuel heard the voice of God as a child, when the priests around him had grown deaf. David was anointed in secret, while his brothers stood in line first. Their lives carried a different rhythm. They did not belong to the crowd, because they belonged to God. You, too, live with that same rhythm. It is why certain places never felt right for you. It is why you could never find satisfaction in the same pleasures that others chase. The mark of separation made you restless for truth, hungry for meaning, unsatisfied with shallow living. The world calls it strangeness, but heaven calls it evidence. You are sealed. Picture yourself as clay in the hands of a potter. Clay cannot shape itself. It is pressed, spun, stretched, and cut, all under the steady hand of the Maker. The process is uncomfortable. At times, the clay feels broken down, torn apart. But only when the potter finishes does the clay realize every press and every cut had purpose. That is what the mark of God has done in you. The pressure has not been random. It has been formation. This mark also means you carry a weight others do not. Those who live without it may glide through life lightly, making choices without thought, giving in to every whim. But for you, there is a constant awareness. Even when you try to wander, you feel the tug back. Even when you slip, conviction rushes in to pull you higher. The seal of God does not allow you to remain where others are comfortable staying. It reminds me of a shepherd and his sheep. A shepherd marks his sheep with a distinct cut or color so that, even when they mix with others, he can still recognize them as his own. No matter how far they wander, they carry the sign that says, "This one belongs to me." In the same way, you are known. When heaven looks across the earth, it sees the mark of God upon you, as it is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 17. Therefore come out from them, and be separate, says the Lord. Touch no unclean thing, and I will receive you. This separation, however, comes with misunderstanding. Others may call you proud or distant. They may accuse you of thinking too highly of yourself when, in reality, you have simply chosen a higher standard. They may laugh when you decline to participate in what defiles your spirit. But know this, every accusation only confirms what heaven already declared. You are different because you are His. Think of Moses, raised in the palace of Egypt. He could have lived a life of ease and luxury, yet something inside him would not let him remain there. He saw the oppression of his people and knew he could not ignore it. The mark of separation pulled him out of comfort into destiny. He was not allowed to blend in, because blending in would have betrayed his calling. You, too, are drawn out of places others consider comfortable. Your mark means you are restless in compromise. It means you cannot settle where others pitch their tents. It means God will keep pulling you until you rise into what you were chosen for. Sometimes this mark feels like loneliness. You look around and wonder why nobody else sees what you see, why nobody else hears what you hear. But loneliness is not absence, it is preparation. In those spaces of solitude, God teaches you to depend on His voice alone. He shows you that being set apart is not isolation, it is intimacy. Imagine an eagle. While smaller birds flock together, an eagle soars alone at heights others cannot reach. Its wings are built for the upper air. It is not created for crowded branches. Its solitude is not weakness, it is strength. In the same way, your mark calls you higher. You are not designed for low places. This separation also carries responsibility. The world may indulge in bitterness, but you cannot. Others may speak carelessly, but your words carry weight. Others may abandon prayer, but your spirit will ache without it. The mark demands purity, because what rests on you is holy. And though this weight feels heavy at times, it is a privilege. The God of heaven has chosen to place His seal upon you. This means no weapon formed against you will prevail. No plan of the enemy will succeed. Though you may stumble, you will not be destroyed. Though you may wander, you will always be found. You might ask, why me? Why was I marked? The answer lies not in your merit, but in His mercy. You were chosen not because you are flawless, but because His purpose required you. The seal you carry is proof that your life belongs not to chance, but to calling. The mark of separation is both protection and direction. It shields you from paths that would have destroyed you, even when you begged to walk them. It points you toward places you never imagined, even when they seem beyond your ability. It is the compass of heaven, guiding you into destiny. Chosen one. Remember this always. You are marked. You are sealed. You are set apart. Do not resent the difference. Embrace it. It is the evidence of who you truly are. Rejection has been a constant shadow in your journey. People you trusted turned their backs. Opportunities you were qualified for slipped away. Even in your family, you may have been the one overlooked, misunderstood, or pushed aside. At times, this rejection cut so deep that you wondered if God Himself had abandoned you. But hear me clearly, your rejection was not a curse. It was the stage for your elevation. Look at Joseph. He was despised by his brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, and thrown into prison. To everyone else, it looked like his life was spiraling downward. But in heaven's perspective, every rejection was a step closer to the palace. The very brothers who cast him away later bowed before him. What they meant for evil, God turned into the vehicle of destiny. The same is true for you. Rejection, painful as it is, has been the evidence that you do not belong where others tried to place you. If those doors had opened, they would have confined you. If those people had embraced you, they would have controlled you. God allowed rejection to lift you out of the wrong environments so He could place you where your calling can breathe. Think of a diamond in the rough. Before it shines, it is unrecognized, passed over, mistaken for a common stone. Miners often walk past it, failing to see its worth. Yet, the rejection of others does not change its identity. Under the pressure of time and weight, the diamond reveals its brilliance. You, too, have been walked past, overlooked, even dismissed, but none of that altered your value. It only delayed the moment when your true brilliance would be revealed. The scriptures remind us in the first letter of Peter, chapter 2, verse 4, as you come to Him, the living stone rejected by humans, but chosen by God and precious to Him. If even Christ Himself was rejected by men but chosen by the Father, how much more will you, His follower, share in that same pattern? Your rejection aligns you with His life. Do not misinterpret rejection as abandonment. When friends walked away, heaven drew closer. When people underestimated you, God whispered, I have chosen you. The silence of men only amplified the voice of God. You were never alone. Here's the mystery. The stone that builders reject often becomes the cornerstone. That means the very ones who discarded you will one day witness how God positions you as foundational. They may not honor you now, but they cannot deny you later. And let this truth sink in. Your rejection prepared your heart to carry compassion because you've been wounded. You recognize the pain of others because you've been cast aside. You carry a tenderness toward those who feel invisible. Your ministry, your influence, your leadership will not be cold or detached. It will carry the fragrance of empathy born from suffering. So when you look back at every closed door, see it differently. That wasn't God punishing you, it was God promoting you. You didn't miss out, you were redirected. You weren't abandoned, you were preserved. And now comes the response. Comment these 3 words: rejected but rising. This is not a casual statement. It is a declaration. When you type it, you are saying, my rejection is not the end of me. I am rising above every no, every betrayal, every dismissal. What was meant to bury me will only elevate me. Let your words in the comment section become a prophetic act that seals your agreement with heaven's perspective. Chosen one. Hear this. rejection was never the end of your story. It was the opening line of your testimony. The same hands that pushed you away will witness the hands of God lifting you higher. What they called worthless, heaven calls chosen. What they tried to bury, God will resurrect. You are not just surviving rejection, you are rising through it. Rejection has a way of shaping identity. If you are not careful, it whispers lies into your soul. You are not enough. You will never be loved. You do not belong anywhere. These are the arrows of the enemy, shot at your heart in your most vulnerable moments. Yet the truth is greater than the lie. God never intended rejection to define you. He intended it to refine you. Like fire purifies silver. Rejection burns away false attachments until only the pure core of who you are remains. When you see it this way, rejection becomes revelation. It reveals who is truly for you and who is only for what you can give. It reveals which doors were never yours to walk through. It reveals where your loyalty really lies, on the approval of people or on the voice of God. In this revelation, you discover that rejection does not reduce you. It redirects you into the arms of the one who has never rejected you. Consider again the words of Jesus. He himself said that the world would reject his followers, just as it rejected him. This is not because you are worthless, but because your worth threatens systems built on darkness. Your presence disturbs, compromise. Your voice disrupts comfort zones. Your light unsettles those who have grown accustomed to shadows. That is why you are pushed aside, not because you are weak, but because your strength unsettles the enemy. Now, let's interpret the declaration, rejected but rising. When you write those words, you are making a statement in the spiritual realm. You are saying, yes, I have faced rejection. Yes, I have been dismissed and betrayed, but I am not staying there. I am rising through it, rising above it, rising because of it. It is a prophetic act that turns your pain into a platform. Every time you declare it, you are choosing to align with God's truth rather than man's opinion. Finally, remember this: elevation often begins where rejection leaves you. The stone that was rejected by the builders was the one God made the cornerstone. Your story carries that same pattern. You may have been pushed out of one place, but you are being raised up to lead in another. Rejection did not diminish you. It positioned you for greater influence, deeper purpose, and eternal significance. There is a mystery hidden in the silent years of your life. The seasons when you felt forgotten, the days when you labored without recognition, the long nights when your prayers seemed to echo back at you. These were not wasted. They were the hidden training grounds of God. When others overlooked you, heaven was shaping you. When no one applauded, heaven was applauding in secret, because you were learning lessons that only the unseen seasons could teach. Think of David before he ever faced Goliath. To the public eye, he was only a shepherd boy. His brothers mocked him. His father assigned him to the sheep, and no one expected greatness from his life. But out in the fields, alone with his harp and his sling, David was in training. He learned to worship in solitude. He learned to fight lions and bears when no one else was watching. By the time he stood before the giant, the courage and skill were already inside him. The hidden season had prepared him for the visible victory. In the same way, you have faced lions and bears in your own life. You fought silent battles no one else saw. The tears you shed in private. The temptations you resisted when no one was looking. The faith you clung to in dark places, all of it was preparation. Others may only see the surface, but heaven knows the depth of the training you endured. Hidden seasons are uncomfortable because they feel like delay. They make you question your value. You wonder if you are moving backward while others move ahead. But let me tell you the truth. Hidden seasons are the soil of greatness. A seed that is planted must disappear underground. To anyone watching, it looks like the seed has died. But beneath the soil, life is breaking open. Roots are forming. Strength is being developed. And at the right time, the seed pushes through the surface. That is your story. What looked like obscurity was actually preparation for growth. Imagine an athlete training long before a competition. The hours of sweat, the muscle strain, the discipline of repetition, none of it is glamorous. No crowds cheer in the gym. No medals are given in practice. But when the day of competition comes, the hidden work produces visible triumph. Without the hidden hours, there would be no victory on the stage. The same is true spiritually. Your hidden prayers have laid a foundation. Your private obedience has built endurance. Your unseen sacrifices have cultivated character. These are the treasures of the hidden training grounds. They cannot be taken from you, because they are etched into your spirit. Consider Moses as well. Before he became the leader who confronted Pharaoh, he spent 40 years in the wilderness tending sheep. To human eyes, that was wasted time. To heaven's eyes, that was essential training. He learned patience. He learned humility. And he learned to hear the voice of God in the quietness of the desert. Without the wilderness, he would not have had the strength to carry the weight of leadership. As it is written in the letter to the Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 11, no discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Later on, however, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained by it. Your wilderness has served the same purpose. The places you thought were punishment were actually classrooms. The silence you resented was God's way of sharpening your ear. The loneliness you endured was His way of strengthening your heart. You are not weaker because of your hidden seasons. You are stronger than you realize. Hidden training also protects you. If you were elevated too soon, before the foundation was strong, the weight of destiny could crush you. But God, in His mercy, kept you in the shadows until your roots were deep enough to carry the fruit He intends to release. What felt like delay was protection from collapse. What felt like obscurity was preparation for stability. Think again of the potter and the clay. Before the vessel is placed in the fire, it must be shaped, pressed, and smoothed. If rushed too quickly, the clay would crack in the kiln. Only after the potter's hands have done their full work can the vessel withstand the fire. Likewise, your hidden years have been the potter's process, uncomfortable, stretching, sometimes breaking, but all for the sake of making you unshakable. One of the greatest gifts of the hidden training ground is intimacy with God. Without the distractions of applause, you learn to value His presence for its own sake. You begin to worship, not because of what He gives, but because of who He is. You discover the sweetness of His voice when no one else is around. These lessons become anchors when storms come, keeping you steady when others fall away. So do not despise the hidden years. Do not curse the silence or resent the obscurity. These are the places where warriors are forged, where leaders are shaped, where chosen ones are prepared. History may not record your tears, but heaven does. The world may not notice your sacrifices, but God does, and He is faithful to reward what was cultivated in secret. One day, those who overlooked you will wonder how you stand with such strength. They will marvel at the wisdom in your words, the authority in your presence, the courage in your actions. They will not know that what they see in public was born in the hidden places of your past, but you will know, and you will remember that the hidden training grounds were not a detour, they were the very path to destiny. Something stirs inside of you right now. It is more than emotion, more than a passing thought. It is the awakening of your spirit. This is where the shift begins, not in the loudness of the world, but in the quiet conviction of your soul. You are stepping into the very beginning of the awakening that heaven has whispered about for years. The awakening does not come all at once. It begins like the first light of dawn. At first, the darkness still lingers. Shadows stretch long, but slowly, steadily, light climbs over the horizon. You blink. You adjust, and suddenly you realize morning has arrived. This is the awakening of your spirit. Slowly, but powerfully, God is causing His light to break into places you thought would never see the sun again. When God awakens a heart, the world begins to lose its grip. The things that once tempted you no longer taste the same. The distractions that once consumed you begin to fade. You discover a new hunger, one that no earthly pleasure can satisfy. That hunger is for Him, for truth, for purpose, for eternal meaning. This is the evidence that you are chosen. Awakening often feels like a tension between two worlds, one foot still in the familiar, another pulled toward the unknown. But the call of God is strong. It tugs you away from comfort, away from compromise, into the fullness of destiny, like Israel leaving Egypt. Awakening means stepping into a journey that feels uncertain, but is filled with promise. Think of it like a butterfly inside the cocoon. At first, it looks trapped, pressed into silence, wrapped so tightly that escape seems impossible. But inside, transformation is happening. Muscles strengthen, wings form, colors emerge. The struggle is necessary, for without it, the butterfly could never fly. Your awakening may feel like struggle, but it is birthing your wings. Soon, you will fly where you once crawled. The scriptures remind us in the book of Romans, chapter 13, verse 11, "The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed." This is not just poetry, it is prophecy. The hour has come for you. Not tomorrow, not years from now, today. Your awakening is God's timing. And as this word touches you, I want to pause here to say something from the heart. This space where you hear these messages, this stream of encouragement and truth, it is built to serve your spirit. Many of you have already felt the value of these words. Some of you have written how they carried you through sleepless nights, how they gave you strength to take one more step. If this has been nourishment for you, consider supporting it only if your heart feels moved, never because of pressure. When you click like, it is like planting a small seed that tells the soil, keep producing fruit. When you share, it is like lighting a lantern in the dark, guiding someone else toward the same hope you've found. When you subscribe, it is like building a steady bridge, ensuring you never lose connection to this stream of living water. And if you ever feel led to donate, see it not as a duty, but as pouring fresh oil into a lamp so the flame can burn longer, brighter, reaching those who are still wandering in the night. None of this is a requirement. These words will always flow freely. But when you join in these ways, you are not just supporting content, you are partnering in a divine ripple effect. Like a stone dropped in water, your single act sends waves you may never fully see, reaching lives you may never meet. But let's go back to you, because the awakening is still pressing deeper. There is something holy about realizing you were born for this moment. Every battle, every scar, every lonely night has led you here. Do not think lightly of this. Heaven does not waste pain. God does not overlook tears. All of it has been shaping you into a vessel ready to carry His fire. You may ask, why me? The answer is simple, because you said yes. Maybe not with words, maybe not even knowingly, but every time you got up again, every time you refused to quit, every time you chose light over darkness, you were saying yes, and heaven heard. Awakening is not about perfection, it is about direction. You may stumble, but you are walking toward the light. You may fall, but you fall forward. Each step counts. Each prayer matters. Each moment of surrender builds momentum toward the destiny God has for you. Think of a river carving its way through rock. At first, it seems impossible. The rock is strong, unmovable, but over time, with persistence, the river shapes the stone. That is awakening. The Spirit of God flows through you, carving away hardness, reshaping your heart, until rivers of living water pour out from within you. Chosen one, your awakening has already begun. The world may not see it yet, but heaven does. Soon, it will not just be an inner shift, it will be an outer reality. Your words will carry new weight. Your actions will carry new authority. Your very presence will change the atmosphere. And as you walk forward, remember this: you do not walk alone. These words are a reminder, but the Spirit is your constant companion. He will guide you, strengthen you, and carry you into the fullness of this awakening. So let today be the line in the sand. Let today be the day you say, I will not slumber anymore. I will rise. I will awaken. For your awakening is the spark that will set others ablaze. There comes a moment when God interrupts your path so clearly that you cannot dismiss it as coincidence. It is not the result of random scrolling, nor an accident of timing. It is a divine interruption. This is one of those moments. The very fact that your eyes and ears are here is evidence that heaven is speaking directly into your life. A divine interruption is different from ordinary disruption. Ordinary disruption leaves you frustrated and restless. But a divine interruption awakens you. It shakes you out of slumber, forces you to look up, and redirects your steps. It is God's way of saying, you were about to go one way, but I love you too much to let you stay there. End quote. Think about Saul on the road to Damascus. He was determined, confident in his own direction. But God interrupted him with a blinding light. That interruption changed everything, from persecutor to apostle, from destroyer to builder. Saul's destiny shifted in a single encounter. What looked like a disruption was actually divine redirection. Maybe you've had similar moments, times When something you counted on suddenly crumbled, a relationship ended, a job closed, a plan failed. At first, you felt abandoned, but later you realized, if that door had not closed, you would never have discovered the better door waiting ahead. The divine interruption was not rejection, it was protection. Picture it like a ship sailing in fog. The captain thinks he knows the way, but hidden rocks lie ahead. Then, a sudden storm forces the ship to stop, to change direction. The storm feels violent, but it saves the vessel from disaster. God's interruptions are often storms that prevent your destruction. They reroute you towards safety and destiny, and often, these interruptions come in quiet ways too. A restless feeling in your spirit, a door that refuses to open no matter how hard you push, a persistent conviction you cannot shake. These are not obstacles, they are signals. Heaven is placing markers on your path to turn you from harm and guide you into life. The scriptures declare in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, "In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." You may have planned one way, but God's interruptions ensure your steps align with His higher design. Divine interruptions can feel inconvenient. They rarely come at times we would choose. But remember, delay is not denial, and redirection is not rejection. Every interruption is an invitation. It calls you to trust, to release control, to step into something larger than your own plans. Think of Jonah. He tried to run in the opposite direction of God's call, but the storm and the great fish interrupted him. That interruption was uncomfortable, yet it was the very thing that saved his life and redirected him to his assignment. Without the interruption, his destiny would have been lost. You may not understand your interruption right now. It may feel painful, even unfair. But one day, you will see that God's hand was in it all along. You will look back and say, "If not for that closed door, I would not be here. If not for that interruption, I would not have discovered who I was meant to be." Oh, and now comes your moment to respond. Right here, right now. You are being interrupted, not by me, but by the Spirit. This word has stopped you in your tracks because heaven is speaking. Your role is not to brush it off, but to mark it. So, here is your prophetic act. Comment the number 333 below. 3 threes. Nothing more. Why? Because the number 3 carries the reminder of divine completeness, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. By writing it, you are declaring, "I trust the fullness of God. I embrace His order. I will welcome His interruptions as part of His perfect plan." This is not superstition, it is alignment. It is your visible sign of an invisible yes. When you write that number, you are telling heaven, "Even when my plans are interrupted, I will not resist. I will trust the one who directs my steps." That single action becomes a seed of surrender, a declaration that your path belongs not to chance, but to God, chosen one. Divine interruptions are not random. They are moments where heaven steps into earth and shifts your direction. Embrace them. Do not fear them. For every interruption is actually an introduction to a deeper you, a higher calling, a clearer destiny. And years from now, when you tell your story, you will point back to these interruptions and say, "That was the moment everything changed. That was where my destiny truly began." N. Divine interruptions are also an invitation to slow down. In a culture that tells you to run faster, achieve more, and never stop, God sometimes places a holy pause. That pause feels uncomfortable, even frustrating, but it is His way of protecting your soul from burnout. He interrupts your speed so you can hear His whisper. Without that interruption, you might run so far that you lose your sense of direction. With it, you find clarity again. Another reason God interrupts is to strip away false attachments. Sometimes, you were leaning too heavily on people, titles, or possessions. When those are shaken or removed, you feel exposed. But in reality, God is teaching you that your foundation must rest on Him alone. The interruption removes the shaky scaffolding so that the building of your life can stand strong on His rock. And notice this: interruptions are often doorways to encounters. Think of the woman at the well. She thought she was just fetching water, but Jesus interrupted her day. That interruption shifted her life and turned her into a messenger to her entire city. What seemed like an ordinary moment became the spark of revival. The same can be true for you. What feels like a small interruption may actually be the seed of something that will impact countless lives. So, when your plans collapse, when your schedule is shaken, when your world is disrupted, look again. You may not be facing disaster. You may be standing in the middle of a divine interruption. And through it, God is saying, "Trust me. I am writing a story far bigger than what you see right now. You have carried more than most." This truth explains the weight you've felt on your shoulders, the heaviness that others cannot see or understand. Many around you look at your life and wonder why you seem different, why your path seems harder, why your battles appear more intense. They cannot see that you are chosen, and being chosen comes with a cost. From the very beginning, your story has had layers of pressure. For some, life feels like a gentle stream. For you, it has felt like a raging river. And yet, here you are, still standing, still breathing, still holding on when others would have collapsed. This is not by accident. The burdens you have carried were not random, they were assignments. Think of the weightlifters who train with heavier loads than their bodies seem able to bear. At first, it looks impossible. Muscles shake, sweat pours, and onlookers wonder why they would put themselves through such strain. But the secret is this: heavy weight builds unusual strength. While others may train lightly, the one who embraces the heaviest load becomes the one who can carry what no one else can. Spiritually, this has been your training. God entrusted you with battles others could not withstand, because He was building a strength in you they would never need. Look back over your life. How many times did you endure storms that would have drowned someone else? How many nights did you cry until your body had no more tears? Yet you rose in the morning and kept walking. You may not realize it, but heaven applauds every step you took in faith when the weight seemed unbearable. What crushed others became your crown of endurance. Consider Job, a man whose burdens surpassed anything ordinary. He lost wealth, children, health, and the support of friends. Yet through his pain, he discovered a depth of God's presence he had never known before. His testimony was not merely survival, it was revelation. He declared, "My ears had heard of you, but now my eyes have seen you." The weight he carried became the doorway to a vision of God that transformed him forever. This is the hidden truth about the burdens you've carried. They were not to destroy you, but to reveal God in a way few will ever see. You have been pushed deeper into prayer, deeper into trust, deeper into surrender. Others may skim the surface of faith, but you have walked into the depths. Imagine a tree growing in open ground compared to one growing on the edge of a cliff. The tree in the open soil spreads roots lightly, feeding easily from its surroundings. The tree on the cliff, battered by wind and starved of surface soil, is forced to send roots deep into the rock. Though it looks frail, it is actually the stronger of the two. When storms come, the shallow-rooted tree is uprooted, but the cliff tree stands firm. You are that tree. Your trials have sent your roots deep into the rock of ages. Even your emotional weight has meaning. The empathy you carry for others, the tears you shed for those in pain, the heaviness you feel when injustice rises. These are not weaknesses. They are the heart of God beating inside you. You feel deeply because you are called deeply. You sense burdens others ignore because you are an intercessor in the making, a warrior who stands in the gap. The scriptures remind us in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 2, carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. What you have carried is not only for you, it has been shaping you to carry the burdens of others, to be a vessel of compassion and strength in a world drowning in pain. Do not despise the weight. It is proof of your assignment. Just as a soldier is given heavier armor than a civilian, you were entrusted with more because your calling required it. God saw in you the resilience to bear what others could not. There is another image worth remembering: a bridge. A bridge carries the load of countless travelers to the cars and people passing across. The bridge seems unfeeling, just structure, but the bridge itself bears all the weight silently, without applause, without recognition. Yet, without it, no one could cross. Your life has been like that bridge. You have carried silently, enabling others to pass, to find safety, to continue their journeys. Heaven sees every hidden weight you have borne. Yes, you have carried more than most, but carrying more also means you will see more. You will see greater breakthroughs, greater testimonies, greater revelations of God's faithfulness. The weight has been preparation for the glory that is about to be revealed. So stand tall, though weary. You are not broken. Though pressed, you are not crushed. Though burdened, you are not abandoned. The very heaviness that tried to crush you has only carved out space for God's strength to shine through you. The weight you have carried has also refined your vision. While others see only the surface of life, you see beneath it. Pain has trained your eyes to notice what truly matters. You are no longer distracted by shallow things because the burden has sharpened your discernment. Your scars, though hidden, are not shameful. They are sacred reminders that you survived what was meant to end you. They whisper to you in the quiet, you are still here. You are still chosen. Those scars are the silent sermons of your life, declaring resilience and testifying to the faithfulness of God. And remember this, you will not carry the weight forever. The same God who entrusted you with heavy loads will also lift them at the right time. What once felt like chains will transform into wings. The very burdens that bowed your back will become the strength that helps you soar. There is a light within you that cannot be extinguished. It is not something you created on your own, nor is it the result of human willpower. It was placed inside of you by God Himself. This light is your greatest treasure, and it is the very reason the darkness has fought you so fiercely. Because wherever you go, your light unsettles shadows. Your presence alone disrupts the plans of the enemy. Darkness cannot comprehend the power of a single flame. In the pitch of night, even the smallest candle commands attention. A flicker of light can reveal obstacles, expose danger, and guide the lost. You have felt insignificant at times, but you underestimate how brightly you shine. Your light terrifies the darkness, not because of size, but because of source. It comes from the eternal flame of God. Think of Gideon, who considered himself the least in his family. He doubted his worth, questioned his calling, and tried to hide in fear. Yet when God called him, he saw a mighty warrior. And when Gideon obeyed, his small army of 300 men, carrying nothing more than torches and trumpets, saw an entire enemy fleeing. The light they carried in jars was a prophetic picture of you. Fragile jars. Yes, but within them, burning flames. When broken, the light blazed forth, and the enemy trembled. In the same way, your brokenness has only made your light shine brighter. The cracks in your story allow the glory of God to pour out. What you thought was weakness has become the very thing through which His strength is revealed. The scriptures remind us in the Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 5, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." This is your reality. Darkness may surround, but it cannot defeat you. It cannot extinguish what heaven has ignited. Consider the moth drawn to flame. It cannot resist, because light carries an irresistible pull. In the same way, people are drawn to the light in you. They may not understand why they feel peace when you enter the room, why hope rises when you speak, why heaviness lifts when you pray. It is not you, it is the divine light of God radiating from within. Yet this light also makes you a target. The enemy hates it because he cannot control it. That is why you have faced intimidation, spiritual warfare, and seasons of intense opposition. If you were not carrying something powerful, the attacks would not be so relentless. Every battle you faced was not just about you, it was about the light you carry. Imagine a lighthouse standing tall on a rocky shore. Storms crash against it. Waves slam its foundation. Winds howl without mercy. Yet the light keeps shining. Ships in the distance depend on it for safety. The storm's rage cannot silence the beam. That is who you are. No matter the intensity of the storm, your light continues to pierce the night. And here lies a profound truth. Light does not need to fight darkness. It simply shines, and darkness retreats. You do not need to strive, to prove yourself, or to exhaust your soul trying to push back the night. You simply need to be who you are. Shine where you stand. Walk in the truth you've been given. The light within you does the rest. Sometimes, though, you may feel your flame flicker. Weariness, disappointment, or discouragement make you wonder if the light is dimming. But remember, your flame is not fueled by your strength. It is fueled by the breath of God. Even when you feel weak, He fans your fire. Even when your oil feels empty, He refills your lamp. Your flame is not fragile, it is eternal. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego thrown into the fiery furnace. The enemy intended to consume them with fire. Yet instead, The fire revealed the presence of God walking among them. Their trial turned into testimony. For you, too, what the enemy meant to consume, you will only cause the light within you to blaze stronger. This is why you cannot ignore the weight of your calling. You are not ordinary. You are a bearer of light in a world suffocating under shadows. Every act of kindness, every prayer whispered in faith, every step of obedience sends ripples of light into dark places you may never see. And this is why compromise cannot be part of your journey. When light mixes with darkness, brilliance dim. The enemy knows this, which is why he tempts you to silence, to apathy, to distraction. But you were not born to blend in, you were born to stand out. Your light was never meant to be hidden under a bowl. It was meant to shine from a hill, visible to all. Remember the image of a sunrise. Night does not announce its retreat with fanfare. It simply vanishes when the first rays of morning break the horizon. Your light is like that sunrise, quiet, steady, unstoppable. And no matter how long the night has been, morning always comes. Chosen one. Your light terrifies darkness because it carries the reflection of the one who is light himself. You are not carrying your own flame, you are carrying his. That is why you cannot be overcome. That is why you cannot be silenced. And that is why your presence on this earth is vital in this exact moment of history. So, walk boldly. Let your light shine in the quiet corners, in the hidden places, in the public arenas. Do not shrink back. The darker the night, the brighter your flame will appear. And one day, when you look back, you will see how many paths were illuminated because you chose to shine. There are moments in life when you stand at a crossroads. The air feels heavy. Choix loom large. And you sense that one decision could shape everything that comes next. This is the crossroads of obedience. It is not just about right or wrong, it is about destiny. When God places you at this intersection, He is not only testing your will, but also inviting you into a future beyond what you imagined. Obedience has always been the doorway to breakthrough. Think of Abraham, asked to leave his homeland for a place he had never seen. His obedience became the foundation of a covenant that still speaks today. Or think of Noah, building an ark under clear skies while the world mocked him. His obedience saved a generation. Obedience rarely makes sense in the moment, but it always produces fruit in the end. You, too, have faced choices that felt impossible. To forgive when the pain still cut deep. To let go when holding on felt safer. To step forward when fear whispered you were not ready. Each time you obeyed, you positioned yourself for the unfolding of destiny. Each time you resisted, you delayed what heaven wanted to release. Imagine a traveler standing before two paths. One looks wide, smooth, and filled with laughter. The other is narrow, steep, and lonely. Most choose the wide road, but its end leads to emptiness. The narrow path demands courage, but its end is life. Obedience often feels like choosing the steep climb, the lonely way, yet it is the only path that leads to promise. The scriptures remind us in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19, I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live. God does not force your hand. He presents the choice. Obedience is your response to his invitation. Sometimes obedience is immediate, like Peter dropping his nets to follow Jesus. Other times, it is gradual, like Israel, learning to trust God step by step in the wilderness. In both cases, obedience transforms the heart. It teaches you to lean not on your understanding, but on His word. And obedience will always be costly. It may cost you relationships, comfort, or the approval of others, but it will never cost you more than disobedience. For while obédience demande sacrifice, disobédience demande destinée. What you lose in obedience is temporary, but what you lose in disobedience can be eternal. Now, here is your prophetic response. Write these 3 words in the comments. Narrow path chosen. Just 3 words. But they carry weight. When you declare it, you are saying, I will not walk the wide road of compromise. I will choose the path that is steep, the path that is narrow, the path that leads to life. Let your declaration be a marker in the unseen that your heart belongs fully to God's direction. Think of it as planting a flag at your intersection. When you write those words, you are staking territory in the Spirit, declaring that your choice will not be ruled by fear or comfort, but by obedience to God's call. It is a public echo of a private surrender. Chosen one. The crossroads of obedience is not the end, it is the beginning. On the other side of obedience lies clarity, provision, and the unfolding of promises long delayed. Do not shrink back. Do not linger in hesitation. Step forward, and you will find that heaven has already prepared the way. Obedience is not just about what you do, it is about who you are becoming. Every time you say yes to God, even in small things, you are being shaped into a vessel ready for greater things. The small acts of surrender are like threads, weaving together a tapestry of destiny that only becomes visible over time. Without those yeses, the pattern remains incomplete. Think about seeds again. Each seed that falls into the soil must die to itself before it bears fruit. Obedience feels like that, dying to your preference, laying down your comfort, choosing trust over fear. But once the seed breaks open, it multiplies far beyond what it ever was. Your obedience today is a seed that will produce fruit tomorrow, not only for you, but for generations after you. Another dimension of obedience is timing. Sometimes God asks you to act quickly. Other times, He asks you to wait. Both require trust. Quick obedience stretches your courage. Waiting obedience stretches your patience. One without the other leaves you unbalanced. But when both meet in your life, you become steady, strong, unshakable. That balance is what sets you apart as a chosen one. And never forget, obedience is not meant to be carried out in your own strength. The Spirit of God empowers you to do what you could never do alone. Left to yourself, you might compromise, but with His Spirit, you find courage where you once trembled, boldness where you once hesitated, and peace where you once feared. Obedience is not just your work, it is God's grace working in you. So at this crossroads, remember, the narrow path may be steep, but it is secure. It may cost you in the moment, but it rewards you in eternity. Choosing obedience is choosing alignment with heaven's design. And when you walk in that alignment, nothing on earth and nothing in hell can derail the destiny prepared for you. There are moments when heaven sends confirmation so undeniable that you can no longer question if you are chosen. It shows up in whispers, in circumstances, in doors that open or close at just the right time. Prophetic confirmation is not always thunder from the sky. Often, it is the gentle pattern that repeats until you realize, God has been speaking to me all along. Think of Gideon laying out a fleece. He was uncertain, hesitant, afraid to step forward. So he asked for a sign, and God answered, not once, but twice. He confirmed what he had already spoken. Why? Because God knows our humanity, and He is kind enough to assure us. When He marks you as chosen, He also gives you confirmation to anchor your faith. Prophetic confirmation often comes when you are on the edge of giving up. You pray in silence, unsure if heaven is listening, and then someone says exactly what you needed to hear. Or you open the scriptures, and the very verse you stumble upon pierces your heart like it was written for you alone. These moments are not random. They are divine signatures, reminders that you are seen, known, and guided. Imagine walking through a dense forest. The trees are thick, the path uncertain, and you are tempted to turn back. Then, suddenly, you notice small markers tied to the branches, bright ribbons pointing you forward. Each one is a sign saying, you're still on the right path. That is what prophetic confirmation feels like. You may not see the destination yet, but the markers assure you that God has not abandoned your journey. And let's be honest, sometimes we crave these confirmations because the weight of waiting feels unbearable. God doesn't rebuke us for this. Instead, He graciously leaves traces of His voice along our path, like breadcrumbs left on a trail. They draw us forward until the full picture unfolds. The scriptures remind us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 21, whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, this is the way, walk in it. That whisper of direction, that confirmation in the middle of confusion, is the evidence that you are not lost. You are led. And because you are being led, you are never alone in this journey. That's why these words reach you now, not because of chance, but because heaven is still leaving markers along your way. Now, let me pause for a moment to speak with sincerity. This space, these words flowing to you, exists so that your spirit will not feel abandoned in the dark. Many of you have written, I felt like this was for me, or this carried me through my night. If these messages have carried you, then think of how many others still need them. This is where your part can be so simple, yet so powerful. When you click like, it is as if you are pouring oil into a lamp, helping its flame burn longer through the night. When you share, it is like releasing a kite into the wind, letting it soar into skies and places you yourself may never reach. When you subscribe, it is like planting a young tree by the river, ensuring shade and fruit for the days to come. And if your heart ever feels moved to donate, see it as laying a stone in the building of a temple, each gift making the structure stronger, taller, and more radiant, so its light can shine to souls far beyond your sight. None of this is demanded. None of it is forced. Just as obedience is a choice, so is this. It is not payment, it is participation. Every act is voluntary, a way of saying, I value this light, and I want it to reach farther than me. And just as seeds sown into soil multiply, your smallest act of support multiplies into lives you may never meet, but whose stories will forever be changed. Chosen one. Prophetic confirmation is not just about your personal reassurance. It is also about the ripple you create when you align yourself with God's voice. Every yes you give Him sends a wave outward. Every act of generosity, every step of faith, every word of obedience carries impact far beyond what you can see. And so today, look around you. What signs has God already placed? What confirmations has He whispered that you might have overlooked? Remember them. Hold them close. They are your proof that heaven is walking with you. One day, you will look back and realize that every confirmation was not random. It was the map leading you into destiny. Prophetic confirmation is also God's way of calming your anxious heart. When you doubt, when you question if you misheard, He sends reminders that His voice has not gone silent. Sometimes it is as small as a phrase that stirs your spirit. Other times it is a circumstance too precise to be coincidence. Each confirmation is like a gentle hand on your shoulder, saying, "I am still with you." These confirmations are not just for your comfort, they are for your courage. They equip you to take the next step when fear rises. They remind you that obedience is not blind, but guided. Every confirmation is like a torch lit on the path ahead, making sure you don't stumble in the dark. Without them, the journey would feel unbearable. With them, you gain strength to keep walking. And remember this, God does not waste confirmations. If He repeats His word to you, it means He intends to bring it to pass. He is not teasing your heart, He is preparing your faith. Hold tightly to every sign, every whisper, every reminder. Write them down if you must. So when doubt comes again, you have evidence of His faithfulness. When the storm rages, these confirmations become your anchors. When your vision grows blurry, they become your glasses. When your hope falters, they become your fuel. And when your story unfolds in fullness, you will look back at every marker and realize, He never left me. He was guiding me every step of the way. There comes a time when the labels that have been placed on you must be shattered. The world has tried to name you based on failure, on past mistakes, on rejection, on the seasons of silence you've walked through. These labels cling like heavy garments, trying to define who you are. But hear me clearly, false identities do not have the power to hold you when God has already declared who you are. From the beginning of your life, words were spoken over you. Some were careless, thrown out in anger or ignorance. Others were intentional, aimed to wound and to limit. Maybe you were told you would never be enough, that you were too broken, too slow, too strange, too emotional, too weak, and perhaps, without realizing, you carried those words like chains. Over time, they shaped how you saw yourself, even how you approached God. But those labels were never the truth. They were imitations, counterfeits, shadows of lies designed to keep you small. The enemy has always tried to rename the chosen ones. He called Moses a murderer, but God called him a deliverer. He labeled Gideon a coward, but God called him a mighty warrior. He branded Peter as unstable, but Jesus called him the rock on which he would build his church. Do you see the pattern? What man rejects, God redeems. What man mislabels, God renames. Breaking false identities is not always easy, because they feel familiar. It's like a garment you've worn for so long that it feels like skin. Taking it off can feel vulnerable, even frightening. But freedom requires shedding what never belonged to you. You cannot wear the old labels and step into the new name God has spoken over you. Think of Jacob. For years, he lived under a name that meant deceiver. Every action, every relationship was tainted by that identity. But one night, he wrestled with God, and everything changed. The angel asked him, "What is your name?" Jacob admitted it. He spoke out the false identity he had carried. And in that moment, God renamed him Israel, one who wrestles with God and prevails. The old name was broken, and a new destiny was unlocked. You are walking into the same kind of transformation. God is asking you, what names have you carried that I never gave you? He wants you to lay them down. He wants to place his name on you, one that carries destiny, honor, and eternal purpose. Imagineak leichar, labeled ordinary. Everyone passes it by, dismissing it as common. But inside, hidden from sight, is priceless treasure. The label on the outside deceives because it does not reveal the truth within. That is how false identities work. They cover the treasure of who you truly are. But when God breaks those labels, the treasure shines forth for all to see. The scriptures remind us in the book of Revelation, chapter 2, verse 17, "To the one who is victorious, I will give a white stone with a new name written on it, known only to the one who receives it." Do you see? God has already prepared a name for you that no one else can define or take away. A name that reflects your true identity, hidden in his heart, waiting to be revealed. This breaking of false labels also heals the wounds they left behind. Words that once cut deep lose their sting when you realize they were never true. Lies spoken in your past dissolve when confronted with the word of God. It is as if chains fall off, one by one, until you stand free, clothed, not in shame, but in honor. There is a story told of an eagle raised among chickens. From hatchling to adult, it lived pecking at the ground, believing it could never soar, day after day. It accepted the false identity of a chicken. But one day, another eagle flew overhead, and something stirred inside. It stretched its wings, leapt into the sky, and discovered it was never meant to live on the ground. In the same way, you may have accepted false labels, but your wings were always meant for higher places. Breaking free is not only about rejecting lies, it is about embracing truth. You are not forgotten, you are chosen. You are not weak, you are strong in him. You are not broken beyond repair, you are a vessel of glory being restored by the potter's hand. The truth of your identity is anchored in what God has spoken, not in what man has said. And here's the key. You must learn to speak this truth over yourself. Silence allows false labels to linger, but when you declare aloud the name God has given you, the atmosphere shifts. Lies lose their grip when confronted with faith-filled words. Call yourself what heaven calls you. Speak it until your heart believes it. Do not underestimate the power of this transformation. False identities not only distort how you see yourself, they distort how you live. But once they are broken, you begin to move differently. You walk with confidence. You act with clarity. And you carry a presence that commands respect. Not because of pride, but because you finally live aligned with truth. Chosen one. This is your moment. The old names are being stripped away. The labels of failure, rejection, and shame are falling. Heaven is renaming you, reclothing you, re-establishing you. The world may not recognize you at first, but they will see the change. They will notice the authority, the peace, the confidence, and deep down, you will know, I am no longer who they said I was. I am who God says I am. So step out of the false identities, break off the labels, leave behind the chains, and walk boldly into your true name. For it has been waiting for you all along. And as you embrace this true name, do not look back with regret at the years spent under false labels. Even those wasted seasons are redeemed. They become part of your testimony, proof of how far grace has carried you. Every broken label is now a stepping stone, lifting you higher into the fullness of your God-given identity. There comes a time when God's Spirit calls you to climb. The ground where you have been standing feels too low, too compromised, too small for the weight of your destiny. You sense it deep within. You cannot stay where you are. This is the call to higher ground. It is not about pride or superiority. It is about holiness, purity, and alignment with heaven. Higher ground is costly. To climb means leaving behind the valleys where comfort whispers. It means releasing what you have outgrown, even when others remain attached to it. It means walking away from conversations, habits, and mindsets that no longer fit who you are becoming. Just as a climber cannot ascend while carrying unnecessary baggage, you too must lay down weights that slow you. Consider Lot's wife. She was called out of Sodom, invited to higher ground, but her heart turned back, and she could not let go. The result was tragic. The call to higher ground demands focus. It demands forward vision. You cannot ascend while clinging to what God has already told you to release. The scriptures remind us in the book of Philippians, chapter 3, verse 14, I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus. The calling is upward, not downward. Heaven pulls you higher, not lower. Every step of obedience is a step upward into promise. Think of an eagle soaring above the storm. While other birds are tossed by wind, the eagle uses the very storm to rise higher. Its wings lock, and it lets the pressure lift it above the chaos. That is what higher ground looks like. The storms in your life are not meant to bury you. They are meant to carry you above what tried to destroy you. Higher ground is also a place of vision. From the valley, your perspective is limited. Mountains hide what lies beyond. But when you climb, the horizon expands. You begin to see what was invisible before. This is why God calls you upward, because destiny cannot be seen from the valley floor. It requires the altitude of faith. At times, the climb feels lonely. Not everyone is willing to pay the cost. Friends may stay behind, satisfied with the valley. Others may even mock your decision to climb. But remember this, those who refuse to climb cannot see what you will see. They cannot walk where you are going. The higher the ground, the smaller the crowd, and yet the climb is worth it. Higher ground is where Abraham stood when God showed him the land of promise. It is where Moses met God face to face on Sinai. It is where Jesus was transfigured before his disciples, revealing his glory. The mountain is always the place of encounter. You are not just climbing away from something, You are climbing into the presence of God. Imagine a runner shedding layers before a race. Heavy clothes may keep them warm at rest, but they become a hindrance when speed is required. In the same way, you must shed the unnecessary if you are to climb. What served you in the last season may suffocate you in the next. The climb demands release. And so here is your prophetic response. Comment the number 555 below. Why 555? Because the number 5 in Scripture often represents grace. Triple grace is the reminder that as you climb, you are not relying on your strength, but on His. By writing it, you are declaring, I am climbing by grace. I will not stay in compromise. I will rise to higher ground. Upheld by His hand. This act is not superstition, it is surrender. It is alignment. It is your way of saying yes to the upward call of Christ. Chosen one. Higher ground awaits you. It is not an easy climb, but it is a necessary one. For too long, you have dwelled in places that suffocate your destiny, but the Spirit is calling, urging, summoning you upward. Do not ignore the pull. Do not delay the climb, for at the top, the view is different. The air is cleaner, and the presence of God is undeniable. So rise, step forward, begin the climb. Your feet were made for mountains, not for valleys, and heaven is calling you there now. The climb to higher ground also reshapes your character. Every step upward tests your patience, your endurance, and your faith. The air becomes thinner, and your body feels the strain. Yet, in the struggle, your inner strength is forged. The higher you climb, the more you rely on God's breath to fill your lungs. This is no accident. It is His way of teaching you dependence. And when you finally reach a plateau, even if it is not yet the summit, you realize something profound. The valley that once looked overwhelming now appears small from above. The fears that once chained you lose their grip in the light of altitude. What once intimidated you cannot touch you anymore because you are standing on higher ground. Do not fear the climb. Chosen one. Each step upward is a prophetic act, declaring that you will not settle for less than the fullness of your calling. And one day, when you reach the summit, you will look around and understand why the climb was worth it. You will breathe freely, see clearly, and walk boldly in the presence of the God who called you there. There is a fire that rests within you, a flame that has been tested by storms, by tears, and by countless trials. This fire is not ordinary, it is holy. It has been placed in you for a reason greater than survival. You carry a divine fire meant to refine, to purify, and to ignite change wherever you go. The fire of God has always been a sign of His presence. When Moses encountered the burning bush, the fire blazed without consuming. It marked holy ground and transformed Moses from a shepherd in hiding to a deliverer of nations. The fire on Mount Carmel, called down by Elijah, consumed not only the sacrifice, but the lies of false prophets. And on the day of Pentecost, tongues of fire rested on the disciples, igniting them to spread the gospel with boldness. This fire is within you. It is not something you manufactured, nor can it be extinguished by human opposition. It is the evidence of God's Spirit dwelling inside you. You may feel ordinary, but the fire within makes you extraordinary. Yet fire is not comfortable. It burns away impurities. It exposes what is hidden It demands space to spread. This is why your journey has been marked by refining moments, times when God allowed trials to heat your life, not to destroy you, but to burn away what could not go with you into destiny, like gold in a furnace. Your life has been placed under fire to reveal purity. Imagine a silversmith at work. He places raw silver into a crucible and sets it over flames. The heat rises, and impurities surface as dross. The silversmith does not remove the silver until he can see his reflection clearly in it. That is how God works with you. The fire may feel intense, but he will not withdraw until his reflection shines in your life. The scriptures remind us in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 7, "These have come so that the proven genuineness of your faith of greater worth than gold, which perishes, even though refined by fire, may result in praise, glory and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed." Your fire has a purpose. It is proving, refining, and preparing you for glory. This fire also protects, like the pillar of fire that led Israel through the wilderness. The flame within you keeps darkness at bay. It guards you from traps, lights your path, and testifies that you belong to God. Where others stumble, your fire illuminates. Where others freeze, your fire sustains. But you must also steward this fire. Flames left unattended can dwindle. The spirit within you longs for space, for worship, for prayer, for the word of God to be fuel. Without fuel, fire grows weak. With fuel, it becomes unstoppable. Your intimacy with God is the oil that keeps your lamp burning. There is also a cost to carrying fire. Not everyone will be comfortable around you. Fire exposes what others would prefer to keep hidden. Your presence may stir conviction in those who resist change. They may withdraw, misunderstand, or even oppose you. But remember this: fire cannot apologize for being fire. Its nature is to burn, to reveal, to transform. Think of Jeremiah, who tried to remain silent, but confessed, "His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." The fire of God inside you is the same. You cannot smother it. No matter how hard you try, it will push through silence, breaking into words, prayers, and actions that reveal heaven on earth. Picture a torchbearer in the night. While others stumble in darkness, the torchbearer carries a flame that lights the way, not only for themselves, but for those who follow. You are that torchbearer. Your fire is not only for you, it is for those walking behind you, desperate for light. And this fire will not go out. Even when you feel weary, even when the enemy whispers that your flame is dying, remember this: the fire does not depend on your strength. It is sustained by the breath of God. Each time you worship, He fans the embers. Each time you pray, adds fuel. Each time you obey, the flame leaps higher. The enemy fears this fire, because he knows what happens when chosen ones burn brightly. Darkness retreats, chains break, atmospheres shift, whole families, communities, and even nations are transformed when one person carries the fire of God unashamedly. So do not fear the fire within you. Do not despise the heat of refining seasons. Embrace them as proof that you are chosen, proof that heaven has invested in you. You are not ordinary clay. You are a vessel prepared to carry flame. And one day, When you look back, you will see how every storm, every trial, every tear was fuel. What you thought would extinguish you only made the fire burn stronger. What the enemy planned for destruction, God used for ignition. Chosen one, keep burning, keep shining. Let your fire blaze in hidden rooms, in crowded streets, in every place your feet tread, for you are a carrier of holy fire, and the world is waiting to see its glow. And remember this, fire always spreads. One spark can set an entire forest ablaze. The flame you carry is not limited to your life alone. It has the power to ignite those around you. A single prayer you whisper may awaken faith in another. A single act of obedience may ripple into generations you will never meet. Fire never stays contained when it is holy. The enemy will try to convince you to hide it, to cover it, to quiet it down so you don't disturb others. But the fire of God was never meant to be hidden. A lamp is not placed under a bowl, but on a stand, so it gives light to everyone in the house. Your fire is not a private possession, it is a public assignment. Sorise. Chosen one. Guard the flame within you. Feed it with worship. Shield it with prayer. And let it roar with bold obedience. For your fire is not fragile, it is eternal. It will burn until the day you stand before God. And then it will blaze brighter still in His presence forever. There is a strength within you that cannot be measured by the standards of this world. It is not the kind of strength that flexes outward with noise and pride, but the hidden strength that endures when everything around you collapses. You have known seasons where you should have broken, where the weight should have crushed you, where the sorrow should have drowned you, and yet, somehow, you remained. That is not because of luck or stubborn will. It is because of the unshakable foundation God Himself has built within you. Storms have raged, winds have howled. At times, your life has felt like a tree battered by relentless gales. Branches snapped, leaves torn away, roots exposed. Anyone watching from the outside would have assumed the tree could not survive. But beneath the soil, unseen by human eyes, the roots held, and because the roots were deep, the tree endured. That tree is you. Strength is not proven in calm seasons. It is revealed in storms. Anyone can appear steady when skies are clear, but when thunder shakes the ground and waves crash against the shore, only those built on rock endure. Your life has revealed this truth time and again. When others doubted you, when even you doubted yourself, the strength God placed inside carried you forward. The scriptures remind us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 29, He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Notice the promise. Strength is not reserved for the naturally strong, but for the weary. Power is not given to the confident, but to the weak. God has chosen your weakness as the place to display His strength. Think of Samson. His strength did not come from his own body, but from the Spirit of the Lord rushing upon him time after time. When the Spirit filled him, he accomplished what was impossible in human power. Or consider Paul, who pleaded for his thorn to be removed, only to hear God respond, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." The apostle declared, "When I am weak, then I am strong." This paradox is the mystery of divine strength. It shines brightest where human capacity ends. Your endurance. 2. has been forged in paradox. The very things that should have destroyed you became the proof of your resilience. What looked like setbacks became the gymnasium of your spirit. Every heartbreak, every disappointment, every delay was a weight pressed against your soul, and though it hurt, it built muscle in your spirit. You did not see it at the time, but each moment of survival was strength training for your destiny. Picture a blacksmith forging a sword. The metal is heated, hammered, cooled, then reheated again, over and over. The process repeats until the blade gleams sharp and unbreakable. Without the fire and the hammer, the sword would remain brittle. Without the process, it could not withstand battle. In the same way, your strength has been forged in the furnace of affliction. Every strike of the hammer has been shaping you for war. The strength also carries quietness. The strongest souls are not always the loudest. They do not need to prove themselves through noise. Their presence speaks for itself. When you walk into a room carrying God's strength, atmospheres shift. People sense stability, peace, and authority. They may not know why, but it is the unshakable foundation within you, radiating outward. And this strength is not only for you, others lean on it. There are people alive today because you refuse to collapse. There are lives changed because your strength carried them through weakness. Just as Aaron and Hur held up Moses' arms in the battle, your endurance has lifted others when they could not stand alone. Heaven has recorded every unseen moment when your strength preserved someone else's hope. Yet even as you carry strength, you must remember its source. Pride whispers that endurance is self-made, but your strength flows from the eternal well of God's Spirit. If you rely on yourself, you will eventually run dry. But if you remain connected to the vine, your supply is endless. The river of His power never ceases. Think of a mountain standing tall through centuries. Storms erode its surface, but its foundation is unmoved. Generations come and go, yet the mountain endures. That is the picture of the strength within you. Time cannot erode it. Trials cannot destroy it. Even death cannot overcome it, for it is anchored in eternity. Strength does not mean you never weep. Tears have streamed down your face in silence. Nights have passed when you felt too weary to rise again. But strength is not the absence of tears. It is the decision to keep moving even while you cry. It is the quiet whisper to your soul. One more step. Just one more step. And each step has built the unshakable force of your spirit. Chosen one. Never underestimate what you carry. The strength within you is evidence that God has invested heavily in your future. You are not fragile. Though you may feel it, you are not weak. Though the world may call you so, you are strong in the only way that matters in Him. And when the next storm comes, as it surely will, you will find once again that your roots are deep. You will bend, but not break. You will stagger, but not fall. For your foundation is Christ, and He is the rock that cannot be moved. So walk boldly, stand tall. Know this, you are stronger than you realize, because the one who strengthens you never grows weary. Your life is a testimony that the unshakable strength of God dwells in fragile vessels, and that strength will carry you, not only through this season, but into eternity itself. There are moments when the battle feels almost too much to bear. You look around and wonder why the opposition has intensified, why every step forward seems to be met with resistance, why the weight on your shoulders presses harder than ever. The truth is this: you are on the front lines of spiritual warfare. Your very existence as a chosen one makes you a target. And yet, what the enemy forgets is this: you are also a warrior clothed in armor that cannot be pierced by darkness. Spiritual warfare is not fought with fists or weapons of this world. It is fought in prayer, in persistence, in faith that refuses to bend. You have felt it the nights when sleep fled because of heaviness in your spirit. The sudden wave of discouragement that seemed to come from nowhere. The invisible battles that made your soul ache. But what you may not have realized is that each time you pressed through, each time you prayed when you felt too tired, each time you chose faith over fear, you were wielding a sword that cut through the enemy's schemes. Think of David facing Goliath. Ekarid no sword, no armor. Nothing impressive. All he had was faith, a sling, and stones. But faith is always enough, because faith calls down the armies of heaven to fight alongside you. The same presence that filled that battlefield with victory fills your life now. The scriptures declare in the book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." This battle has always been bigger than you, but your victory has also always been secured in Christ. Sometimes, spiritual warfare feels invisible. You cannot point to the source of your struggle. But invisibility does not mean ineffectiveness. In fact, it is the hidden prayers, the silent tears, the whispered declarations that shake the unseen world most powerfully. When no one else knows, heaven knows. When no one else sees, God sees. Imagine a lighthouse on a stormy night. Waves pound its base. Winds roar. Lightning splits the sky. Yet the lighthouse stands unmoved, its beam cutting through the darkness. Ships far away find their course because that one light refuses to be extinguished. You are that lighthouse. Your endurance, your prayers, your faith shine as a signal of hope in storms you do not even realize others are navigating. And let me pause here, with gentleness, to speak to your heart. Messages like these, words like these, exist to strengthen your spirit in moments when the warfare feels suffocating. They are like fresh water for thirsty souls, like a shield handed to a weary warrior. Many of you have told me, "These words came just in time," or "I don't feel alone anymore when I hear this." If this has been true for you, then know it is true for others who have not yet found this light. This is where your part becomes so meaningful. When you click like, it is like sharpening the sword, ensuring it cuts more cleanly in battle. When you share, it is as if you are handing another soldier a shield they didn't know they needed. When you subscribe, it is like joining an army camp, ensuring you always return to the place where strength is renewed. And if your heart ever feels led to donate, see it as pouring oil into the lantern of the lighthouse. Your contribution keeps the beam burning, guiding countless others through their storms. None of this is a condition. None of this is demanded. These words will always be offered freely. But when you choose to engage, you become a participant in the battle, not just a bystander. Your smallest act multiplies in unseen ways, echoing in lives you may never meet until eternity. Now, here is your moment of declaration. Comment these 3 words: "Victory is mine." When you write it, you are not simply typing letters, you are planting a banner in the unseen. You are declaring that though the battle rages, the outcome is already decided. Heaven has spoken. The cross has sealed it, and your destiny is marked by triumph. Spiritual warfare also reveals something about you. The enemy only fights those who threaten him. If your life were meaningless, the resistance would be minimal. The fact that you feel the battle so intensely is evidence of your significance. You carry a light, a voice, a destiny that terrifies darkness. That is why you are attacked. But that is also why you cannot be defeated. Picture a blacksmith forging a shield. Hammer strikes metal again and again. Sparks fly. The noise is deafening. Yet the repeated strikes make the shield strong enough to withstand arrows. The blows you've endured are not wasted. They have been forging your shield of faith. Today, that shield is strong enough to extinguish flaming arrows of the enemy. And remember, you are not alone in this war. Elijah once thought he was the last prophet left, only to discover thousands had not bowed to Baal. You, too, are surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses, unseen brothers and sisters, and the presence of angels who war on your behalf. You may feel isolated, but heaven's army is closer than you think. This is why you cannot give up. The battle may rage, but victory is secure. Each prayer is a strike against the enemy. Each act of obedience is a gate opened for heaven's will to manifest. Each step of faith is a declaration that darkness cannot win. Chosen one, your role is vital. You are not just surviving warfare, you are shaping outcomes in the spirit. Your endurance is tipping scales you cannot see, shifting atmospheres in ways you may never fully know. And when you feel weakest, remember, the war is not won by your power, but by His. You are not fighting for victory, you are fighting from victory already secured at the cross. So lift your head, hold your ground, let your prayers rise like arrows, your faith like a shield, your words like a sword. For you are a warrior marked by God, and no weapon formed against you shall prosper. There is a season every chosen one must walk through, the wilderness. It is the place between promise spoken and promise fulfilled. It is not glamorous. It does not feel triumphant. The wilderness strips you of illusions, tests your heart, and trains your spirit to depend on nothing but God. And though it feels barren, it is sacred ground, because it is where intimacy with God is forged. Israel knew the wilderness well. For 40 years, they wandered, learning to trust the one who delivered them. Manna appeared each morning. Water flowed from rocks, and a cloud by day and fire by night guided their path. Yet, the wilderness was not punishment, it was preparation. It was the crucible in which slaves became sons, wanderers became worshippers, and a people learned dependence on their God. You, too, have faced wilderness seasons, times when prayers seemed unanswered, when doors stayed shut, when your heart felt dry and empty. These moments are not signs of abandonment. They are invitations. God calls you into the wilderness not to destroy you, but to teach you His voice in a way you cannot learn anywhere else. The scriptures remind us in the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 14, "Therefore I am now going to allure her. I will lead her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her." Notice the language, not harsh, but tender. God leads you into solitude so that his whispers are no longer drowned out by the noise of the world. Think of Jesus, led by the Spirit into the wilderness after his baptism, before miracles, before public ministry. He faced 40 days of testing. Why? Because the wilderness refines identity. It confronts lies and anchors you in truth. When the enemy whispered temptation, Jesus responded with scripture, proving that strength comes not from bread alone, but from every word of God. The wilderness also humbles you. It reveals how fragile human strength is. When the props are removed and the applause silenced, you discover what truly sustains you. And in that place, you realize God is enough. His presence becomes your bread, his word, your compass, his spirit, your living water. Picture a desert flower blooming against all odds. The soil is dry, the heat intense, yet the roots push deep until they find hidden streams. When the flower blossoms, its beauty is magnified by the harshness around it. That is, you in the wilderness, your endurance, your faith, your small acts of obedience shine brighter, precisely because the ground seems barren. Wilderness seasons also expose what cannot continue with you. Israel had to leave Egypt's mindset behind. You, too, must let go of what no longer serves your destiny: bitterness, doubt, self-reliance. These are weights that cannot survive in the promised land. The wilderness burns them away, so you can step lighter into your inheritance. Do not despise the wilderness. It is the hidden classroom where God writes lessons on your heart that no one can erase. Lessons of trust, patience, resilience. Lessons that anchor you when storms rage later. The wilderness does not waste your time, it redeems it, transforming every dry step into preparation for abundance. Imagine a sculptor chiseling marble. Each strike removes what does not belong, shaping beauty from stone. The wilderness feels like chiseling, painful, relentless, but in the end, what emerges is a masterpiece. Your tears, your questions, your silence are all part of the shaping. Heaven is sculpting you into something eternal. And when the wilderness ends, you step out different, stronger, softer in some ways, harder in others, more anchored in truth, less swayed by noise. The wilderness is never the end of your story. It is the passageway into destiny. Chosen one. Remember this: you are not lost in the wilderness. You are led. Each dry season is marked by his hand. Each barren moment filled with hidden purpose. And though it feels endless now, one day you will look back and say, "That was where I learned to hear his voice most clearly. That was where my roots grew deep enough to sustain the harvest that followed." So walk with courage. Lift your eyes to the horizon. Even here, rivers flow beneath the surface, and manna still falls from heaven. The wilderness is not your home, it is your training ground, and beyond it lies the promise waiting for you. The wilderness is also the place where your faith becomes personal, borrowed. Faith inherited from family, community, or culture cannot sustain you here. In the silence, you discover whether your trust is truly rooted in God Himself or in the comfort of others. This is why wilderness seasons feel lonely, because God is teaching you to stand on Him alone. And though loneliness hurts, it is not emptiness. It is space created for intimacy. In the absence of distractions, the voice of God grows louder. The same wilderness that stripped you of false supports becomes the sanctuary where you learn to lean into His presence. Many who have walked with God testify, "I met Him most deeply in my desert, not in my palace." One day, you will leave the wilderness. But when you do, you will not leave empty-handed. You will leave with treasures of wisdom, scars that testify to survival, and faith tested like gold. These are not things you could have bought or learned in easy seasons. They are gifts given only to those who endure, and they will serve you for the rest of your journey. So lift your head, chosen one. Even in the desert, heaven walks with you. Even in the silence, His whispers remain. And beyond this wilderness lies a land flowing with promise. There are seasons when the weight of waiting presses harder than the weight of battle. To fight feels active, purposeful, but to wait feels endless, uncertain. And yet, waiting is one of the holiest disciplines of the chosen ones. It is not wasted time, it is sacred time. Waiting refines your desire, strengthens your patience, and teaches you to trust not just in God's promises, but in His timing. Think of Abraham and Sarah, promised a child, yet waiting decades to see the fulfillment. Each passing year must have whispered doubt. Did God really say? Did we mishear? Did He forget us? But God had not forgotten. He was aligning generations, shaping history, and ensuring that when Isaac was born, it was undeniably the work of heaven, not the strength of man. Your waiting has the same weight. It is not empty space. It is preparation. Sometimes what God promised requires circumstances, people, or even nations to shift before it can manifest. Other times, the waiting is shaping you, preparing your character to hold the promise when it arrives. The scriptures declare in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verse 25, "The Lord is good to those whose hope is in Him, to the one who seeks Him." Waiting is not punishment. It is the soil in which hope grows. Picture a seed buried underground. To the naked eye, nothing is happening. Day after day, the soil looks unchanged. Yet, beneath the surface, roots are pushing down, breaking through the dirt, preparing to sustain what will one day break into the sunlight. Waiting feels like burial, but it is actually germination. Something is happening in secret that will one day be revealed in glory. Waiting also reveals your heart. Do you trust God only when He moves quickly? Or do you trust Him even in silence? Do you cling to His word when days stretch into years? True faith is not proven by instant answers, but by persistent trust. It is here, in the delay, that idols are exposed. If you place your hope in timelines, they crumble. If you anchor your identity in outcomes, it shakes. Waiting forces you to anchor only in Him. And when that anchor holds, no delay can break you. Think of Joseph, given a dream as a teenager, but waiting years through betrayal, slavery, and prison before stepping into leadership. The waiting did not erase the promise, it prepared him for it. Without the waiting, Joseph would not have had the wisdom, humility, or endurance to carry the weight of Egypt's destiny. In the same way, your waiting is forging unseen strength. It is producing fruit that cannot be rushed: patience, resilience, deeper intimacy with God. These are treasures hidden in delay. Chosen one, do not despise this season. What feels like delay is actually divine timing. The promise has not been forgotten. The silence is not absence. And the waiting is not wasted, it is holy. The waiting also strips away illusions of control. You cannot manipulate God's timing, no matter how hard you try. You cannot rush the seasons, no matter how much you plead. Just as winter must pass before spring blooms, so must your soul endure its appointed time. And in that endurance, you learn the humility of surrender. Waiting whispers to your heart, you are not in charge, but you are held by the one who is. There is a beauty in this surrender. It softens your spirit, loosens your grip on outcomes, and frees you to rest in God's care. You stop striving, stop panicking, stop calculating. Instead, you begin to breathe, to worship, to let your heart be at peace. And it is in that peace that strength quietly grows. Picture a vineyard. The gardener prunes the branches, cutting away what seems alive. To the vine, the pruning feels cruel, yet the gardener knows the truth. Fruit cannot multiply without the cut. Waiting feels like pruning. You lose things you thought you needed. You are stripped of what seemed fruitful. But later, the abundance comes and you realize the cuts were not cruelty, but preparation. Even in waiting, God sends glimpses of His faithfulness, a small answered prayer, a word that reaches your spirit just in time. These are like raindrops on parched soil, reminders that, though the harvest has not yet come, the gardener has not abandoned the field. And here is the mystery. Waiting seasons often become the most transformative chapters of your story. You look back and realize the waiting shaped you more than the fulfillment ever could. The patience you gained, the resilience you built, the intimacy you discovered. These are eternal treasures. Do not confuse delay with denial. Delay is often God's mercy, keeping you from stepping into promises before you are ready. He does not want the blessing to crush you, so He strengthens you in the waiting. And when the door finally opens, you will walk through it with the maturity to sustain what He has given. Think again of the seed. If it sprouts too quickly, before the roots are deep, the sun scorches it and it dies. But when the roots have dug deep enough, the plant can withstand heat, wind, and storm. Your waiting is rooting you deep in Him, so lift your eyes. Chosen one, do not let despair steal the sacredness of this season. Waiting is not a pause in your story. It is the hidden chapter where God is writing resilience into your soul. And when the page turns, you will discover that every moment of delay was worth the glory prepared for you. There are times when heaven opens a doorway and whispers, "Now is the time to awaken," not to drift any longer in half-belief, not to keep your lamp dim, but to rise fully into the identity of one marked by God. This is the season of spiritual awakening. It is not just about knowledge, it is about revelation. Something shifts inside you, where you no longer simply hear about God, you encounter Him. And the encounter changes everything. Awakening often begins in quiet ways. A verse suddenly burns with life. A prayer once prayed by habit now flows with fire. A song sung in weakness becomes a battle cry of faith. Awakening is not only emotional, it is spiritual sight opening. What once seemed distant becomes near. What once was hidden is revealed. Consider Samuel as a child in the temple. He lay near the ark, asleep, when he heard a voice calling his name. At first, he thought it was Eli, but as the call repeated, Eli realized, "It is the Lord." Samuel was awakened into his prophetic destiny that night. The call came in stillness, but its impact shaped nations. So too, your awakening is not random. It is heaven's timing. For too long, you may have felt like you were drifting, waiting for clarity. But now, the Spirit is shaking you, calling your name, summoning you to rise. The scriptures remind us in the book of Romans, chapter 13, verse 11, "The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed." Notice the urgency. The hour has come, not tomorrow, not someday, but now. Awakening means you can no longer live as though you are ordinary. You are set apart. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead dwells in you. That reality cannot be ignored. When awakening happens, compromise becomes intolerable. Distractions lose their grip. The things of earth grow strangely dim as eternity burns brighter. Think of a sleeper suddenly startled awake. At first, their eyes struggle to adjust. Their body feels disoriented. But soon, vision clears, energy returns, and they rise to action. Awakening in your spirit feels similar. At first, it may unsettle you. Old habits feel foreign. Old desires lose their taste. But soon, clarity comes. You realize you were not born for shadows, but for light. Awakening also brings responsibility. Once you see, you cannot unsee. Once you know, you cannot unknow. Révélation demande réponse. You are accountable for the light given to you. This is why awakening is holy. It draws you closer to God's heart. But it also asks you to step further into obedience. Imagine a soldier sleeping in camp. As dawn breaks, the trumpet sounds, calling him to rise. He cannot remain in bed while battle rages. He must put on armor, take his place, and march forward. Awakening is that trumpet in your soul. It calls you to prepare, to rise, to step fully into the battlefield of destiny. And so, here is your prophetic act. Comment the number 777 below. Why 777? Because it speaks of divine completion, perfection, and the seal of God's promise. By writing it, you declare, "I choose to awaken. I embrace the fullness of what God has for me. I will not remain asleep while destiny calls." This is not superstition, it is alignment. When you write those digits, it is like signing your name to heaven's call, testifying, "I am awake. I am ready. I will rise." Awakening will cost you comfort. It will cost you apathy. But what you gain is immeasurable clarity, authority, intimacy, and purpose. You will walk differently, speak differently, pray differently. Your very presence will shift rooms, because you are no longer drifting, you are burning with revelation. Chosen one, the hour is here. Do not press snooze on destiny. Do not roll back into slumber. Rise, awaken, and step boldly into the light. For your awakening is not only for you, it is for all who will be touched by the fire you carry. Awakening is not a single moment, it is a process. Just as the dawn does not arrive in one sudden flash, but through the gradual breaking of light, so your awakening deepens over time. At first, you catch glimpses of clarity. Then, the horizon glows brighter. Finally, the full light of day reveals what had been hidden in darkness. Each stage matters, and each step invites you further into the fullness of God's plan. Do not be surprised if awakening also stirs opposition. Darkness is most disturbed when light grows. Old temptations may resurface. Relationships may shift. And even those close to you may not understand the change. Yet this is confirmation, not discouragement. The shaking is proof that you are rising. The enemy does not waste energy resisting someone asleep. He only fights those waking to their true authority. Remember, awakening is not only for your sake, it is for others. Your clarity becomes their guide. Your boldness becomes their courage. Your prayers become their covering. As you awaken, you become a living signal that it is possible to live set apart, burning with holy purpose, unashamed in a world of compromise. So guard this awakening. Feed it with scripture. Protect it with prayer. Nurture it with worship. What begins as a spark can become a wildfire if you refuse to let it fade. And once ablaze, your awakening will set fire to hearts around you, lighting the way for generations to come. This is why your awakening matters so deeply. It is not just a private experience, it is a public assignment. When you awaken, your home changes, your circle shifts. The very atmosphere around you begins to carry the fragrance of heaven. People who once felt hopeless will sense possibility again simply because you are awake. And do not fear falling back asleep. The same Spirit who awakened you will keep you burning if you stay close to Him. Each day, renew your yes. Each day, choose to rise. Awakening is not about perfection, it is about persistence. And as long as you keep leaning toward His light, you will remain a beacon for those still searching in the night. There is a deep truth hidden in your story, the power of resilience. Resilience is not about avoiding hardship, nor is it about pretending pain does not exist. It is about rising again after being struck down, about finding breath after seasons that tried to suffocate you. Resilience is the quiet miracle that has carried you through storms others thought would destroy you. From the very beginning, resilience has been the mark of God's chosen ones. Joseph endured betrayal, slavery, and false accusation. Yet he rose to stand before Pharaoh as a deliverer. Daniel was thrown into a den of lions, but emerged without harm because his faith held steady. Paul was shipwrecked, beaten, imprisoned, and mocked. Yet his voice carried the gospel across nations. What linked them all was not comfort, but the ability to stand again when the world expected them to fall. Resilience is a testimony. Each time you rise from ashes, you declare that the fire cannot consume what God has marked. Each time you press forward with trembling steps, you preach louder than any sermon that the one who sustains you is stronger than the forces against you. The scriptures remind us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verses 8 and 9. We are hard pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed. These words echo through your own life. Yes, you have been pressed, perplexed, and struck. But here you are, not destroyed. That is resilience. Resilience also reveals the depth of your roots. Shallow roots cannot endure drought or storm, but roots that dig deep into the rock hold firm when winds rage. Each season of pain has forced your roots deeper into Him, and though you may have swayed under pressure, your foundation has held. Picture a potter shaping clay. Each time the vessel collapses, the potter does not discard it. Instead, he reshapes, reforms, and begins again. The collapse is not the end, it is part of the process. Resilience is your willingness to stay on the wheel, to let the potter's hands reform you after every fall. And each time you rise, the vessel grows stronger, more refined, more beautiful. Resilience is also contagious. Those who watch your life may not know the details of your battles, but they see your endurance, and in seeing you rise, they discover courage for themselves. Your resilience becomes their blueprint. It whispers to them, if they can rise, so can I, without words. You become a witness of God's sustaining grace. Do not despise the scars resilience has left. Each scar is proof that you survived what was meant to kill you. They are not marks of weakness, but of victory. They tell the story of battles fought and won, of nights endured, of faith preserved. Scars are the evidence that you have faced the fire and emerged refined, not consumed. Imagine a tree struck by lightning, its bark scorched, branches shattered, yet still it stands. In time, new growth pushes through the broken places. The scar remains, but it testifies that the tree outlasted the storm. You are that tree. Your scars are not shameful. They are sacred reminders that resilience has carried you. Resilience is not passive. It is not simply waiting for time to heal. It is active trust, the decision to keep walking even when you feel broken. It is the courage to plant seeds in the soil of despair, believing they will one day grow. It is choosing to worship in tears, to pray in silence, to hope against hope, and resilience will always be rewarded. Those who endure find treasures others miss. Joy becomes deeper, peace becomes richer, and faith becomes unshakable. While others collapse under pressure, the resilient rise into authority because they have proven trustworthy in trials. Chosen one, resilience has marked you more than you realize. It is the reason you are still standing. It is the reason your story is not over, and it is the reason your future shines with hope. So when storms come again, and they will remember what resilience has already taught you, you will not be crushed. You will not be abandoned. You will not be destroyed. For the same God who raised you before will raise you again. Resilience also redefines success. The world measures success by uninterrupted progress, by victories without scars. But heaven measures success by faithfulness, by endurance, by rising again, each time you refuse to quit. Even when no one sees, heaven counts it as triumph. You may not have reached every goal yet, but your resilience is proof that you are already walking in victory. This endurance also builds compassion. Those who have never fallen struggle to understand the pain of others. But you, who have risen from ashes, carry empathy in your eyes. You do not dismiss another's tears. because you remember your own. Your resilience equips you not only to survive but to comfort, to lift others with the same grace that lifted you. In the end, resilience is not about your strength, it is about His faithfulness. You rose not because you willed it, but because His hand sustained you. And this is the truth you carry forward. If He did not let you fall then, He will not let you fall now. So take heart, chosen one. Your resilience is heaven's testimony written across your life. It proclaims that nothing in this world, not fire, not storm, not shadow, can silence the one who refuses to quit. There is a fragrance that follows those who walk closely with God. It is not the scent of perfume or the mark of status. It is the invisible aroma of His presence. The trace of heaven left wherever you go. Others may not be able to explain it, but they feel it when you enter a room. Peace seems to settle. Hope begins to stir. Light pushes against the heaviness. This is the fragrance of Christ flowing through you. Paul described it in his second letter to the Corinthians, saying that we are the aroma of Christ among those being saved and those perishing. To some, the fragrance brings life. To others, conviction. But to all, it is undeniable. This is what it means to be chosen. You are not simply marked for yourself, but you carry the very atmosphere of God to a world desperate for it. Think of incense rising in the temple, the smoke curled upward, carrying prayers as a sweet offering before the Lord. In the same way, your life becomes incense, an offering that drifts into every place you step, at work, at home, in conversations. Even in silence, you release the fragrance of Christ. But this fragrance does not come cheaply. It comes through crushing, just as oil is released only when olives are pressed, and fragrance is unlocked only when spices are ground. The presence of God flows most powerfully from those who have endured crushing seasons. Your pain, your pressure, your pressing has released an aroma that could not be produced any other way. The scriptures remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 51, verse 17, "My sacrifice, O God, is a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart you, God, will not despise." Out of brokenness flows the sweetest offering. Out of crushing comes the most precious fragrance. And yet, this fragrance is not only for you, it is for those around you. Just as Mary of Bethany broke her alabaster jar of perfume at the feet of Jesus, filling the whole house with fragrance, so your surrender fills the spaces you inhabit. People breathe differently when you are near, because you carry what you've received in secret. Now, let me pause with sincerity to speak about how this fragrance spreads even further. These messages, these words you are receiving, are like jars being broken open, releasing aroma into places you may never step. Many of you have said, "This found me at the perfect time," or "It felt like this was written just for me." That is the power of fragrance. It reaches beyond boundaries, touching souls unseen. And here is where you can take part in spreading it. When you click like, it is like adding another stick of incense to the altar, letting the fragrance rise higher. When you share, it is as if you are opening a window, allowing the aroma to drift into homes and hearts that desperately need it. When you subscribe, it is like planting a garden of spices, ensuring the fragrance never ceases, but continues to grow season after season. And if you ever feel led to donate, see it as bringing your own jar of perfume to the table. Your gift is not demanded, it is poured freely. like Mary's offering, to release a fragrance that fills the house of God for others to breathe. Understand this: none of these acts are conditions. They are not requirements. They are invitations. Just as fragrance cannot be forced, but must be released willingly, so every act of support is voluntary, flowing from love, not obligation. And just as Mary's gift was remembered through generations, so too will the unseen offering of your heart ripple into eternity. Imagine a candle burning in a window. Its scent drifts outward, guiding travelers through the night. Your life, your support, your yes to God, all of it becomes that candle. And together, the fragrance grows stronger, reaching places where despair once lingered. Chosen one, the fragrance of Christ within you is not fading, it is intensifying. Every season of crushing, every jar broken, every tear shed has prepared you to carry an aroma that this world cannot resist. Do not hide it. Do not silence it. Let it flow. And remember, the fragrance you release is not about you. It is about Him. It is His presence through your surrender, His peace through your pain, His light through your life. And wherever it flows, transformation follows. So, walk boldly, fragrance bearer. Release what has been entrusted to you, and know that as you do, heaven breathes with delight, and earth inhales hope once again. The fragrance of Christ also lingers long after the moment has passed, like perfume clinging to garments. His presence clings to your life in ways you cannot fully perceive. A conversation you thought was small may echo in someone's heart for years. A prayer whispered in secret may ripple outward, leaving a trace of heaven on places your feet will never tread. This is the mystery of fragrance. It travels farther than you imagine. And do not forget, fragrance often attracts the hungry. Just as the scent of bread draws the starving, so your life draws those desperate for hope. They may not know why they feel peace in your presence, but you know it is not you, but Christ in you. Every act of surrender becomes bread for the hungry, water for the thirsty, rest for the weary. One day, when eternity opens fully, you will meet faces you never knew, people touched by the fragrance you carried. They will say, because of your yes, I found hope. Because you released what God gave you, my life was changed. And in that moment, you will realize that no act of obedience, no offering of love, no fragrance released was ever wasted. There is a moment in every chosen life when the call becomes too loud to ignore. You sense it in the quiet of the night, in the stirring of your spirit, in the weight of words that will not leave you. This is not coincidence, it is divine summons. The call of God is not merely an invitation, it is a declaration that heaven has set you apart for such a time as this. Responding to the call is never easy. It demands courage, because stepping into it means leaving behind comfort. It demands faith, because often the path is unseen. It demands surrender, because the call is bigger than your plans, bigger than your fears, bigger than your imagination. To say yes is to walk into the unknown, trusting the one who already holds the map. Think of Moses. He was tending sheep in the wilderness when a bush burned without being consumed. From that fire came a voice, "Go, I am sending you to Pharaoh." Moses hesitated, argued, doubted, yet his yes changed history. Or think of Isaiah. undone in the presence of God. When he heard the question, "Whom shall I send?" his trembling but powerful reply was, "Here am I. Send me." That one, yes, positioned him as a prophetic voice that still speaks today. The scriptures declare in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you, wherever you go." This is the assurance that carries you. The one who calls you does not send you alone. Perhaps you have wrestled with your call. You feel unqualified, uncertain, even unworthy. But the truth is this: God does not call the qualified, He qualifies the called. Your flaws do not disqualify you. They become the canvas upon which His power is displayed. Paul himself declared, "I came to you in weakness and fear, so that your faith might not rest on human wisdom, but on God's power." Answering the call often feels like standing at a cliff's edge. Behind you lies safety, familiarity, predictability. Before you lies the vast unknown. The leap seems terrifying, but the call is the invitation to trust that wings will carry you where feet cannot tread. And here is the prophetic act for this moment. Write these words in the comments. Yes, I will. Just 3 simple words. But their weight is eternal. When you write them, you are not merely typing, you are declaring to heaven and to your own soul, "I will no longer run. I will no longer delay. Yes, I will step into the call that has been pressing on my heart." This declaration is powerful because it seals something in the spirit. It is a line drawn in the sand, a flag planted in the ground. By writing it, you move from hesitation into surrender. You join the great cloud of witnesses who also once trembled at their call, but chose obedience anyway. And remember, your call may not look like another's. Some are called to nations, others to families, some to pulpits, others to quiet intercession, some to build, others to heal. The call is not about platform, but about faithfulness. Whatever your assignment, heaven has written it with precision. Do not despise small beginnings. The first step may feel insignificant, but every journey of destiny begins with a single yes. David's call began with a sling and stones. Esther's began with the courage to step into a king's court. Yours may begin with a prayer, a conversation, a single act of obedience. Trust that God will multiply it. Imagine a ship anchored in harbor, safe, secure, unmoved. Yet ships were never made for harbors. They were made for the sea. Your life, too, was not made for safe stagnation. The call of God is the wind in your sails, urging you to leave the harbor and set out on the waters of destiny. Yes, the sea has storms. Yes, it is unpredictable, but it is also where the miracles happen, where waves part, where storms are stilled, where nets break with abundance. So, chosen one, the call is clear. The time is now. The only question left is your response. Will you stay in comfort? Or will you step into courage? Will you silence the voice? Or will you declare, "Yes, I will"? Heaven awaits your yes. The world needs your yes. And your soul longs for your yes. Your yes, "I will," is not just a statement, it is a seed. Seeds look small, almost insignificant, but within them rests an entire forest. When you type those words, You are planting something in the soil of your destiny. At first, it may feel hidden. No one claps. No trumpet sounds. But beneath the surface, roots are forming. And in due season, fruit will appear that will bless many. Saying yes also dismantles fear. Fear thrives in hesitation, whispering 1,000 what-ifs. What if I fail? What if people laugh? What if I'm not enough? But when you answer, yes, I will, fear loses its grip. The courage does not come before the yes, it comes after. Heaven sends strength when you step forward, not while you linger on the sidelines. This yes also connects you to a lineage. Abraham said yes and became the father of nations. Ruth said yes and stepped into a lineage that birthed kings. Mary said yes and carried the Savior of the world. You are not the first to tremble at the weight of the call, but you are part of a great cloud of witnesses who discovered that one yes can rewrite history. And finally, your yes brings you joy. Obedience may begin with trembling, but it ends with delight. To walk in the will of God is to walk in the place where your spirit was always meant to be. No applause of man, no comfort of the world, no temporary gain can compare with the deep peace of knowing you said yes to heaven. So, let your yes, I will, echo not just from your lips, but from your life. Step forward, step out, step into what has always been waiting for you. For when you do, the story of your obedience will ripple far beyond what your eyes can see. There is a hidden treasure in walking with God that many overlook, the power of peace, not the fragile peace the world gives, dependent on circumstances, wealth, or relationships, but the unshakable peace that flows from the very heart of heaven. This peace is not the absence of trouble, it is the presence of God in the midst of it. You have known moments when storms raged around you, when uncertainty pressed in, when fear sought to choke your hope. Yet, strangely, there were times you felt a calm you could not explain. It was not natural, it was supernatural. That was the peace of God, guarding your heart and mind even when the world expected you to collapse. The scriptures remind us in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 27, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled and do not be afraid." This is the inheritance of the chosen ones, the peace of Christ himself, deposited into your soul. Peace is not passive. It is a weapon. The enemy thrives on chaos, confusion, and fear. When you refuse to surrender your peace, you resist his schemes. Your calm increases, unsettles darkness. Your rest in God becomes warfare, declaring that no storm can dictate your destiny. Think of Jesus asleep in the boat while waves crashed over it. His disciples panicked, convinced they were about to die. Yet he slept. His peace was not ignorance, it was authority. When he finally rose and rebuked the storm, the same peace that filled his heart silenced the sea. That same peace dwells in you. Peace also protects your mind. Anxieties may knock, but peace is the guard at the door, refusing entry. Left unchecked, worry multiplies like weeds, choking hope. But when peace reigns, it clears the soil, allowing faith to flourish. Your thoughts shift from fear of what might happen to trust in what God has already promised. Picture a river flowing steadily through a valley. Storms may batter the mountains, but the river keeps moving, calm and sure. That is the image of divine peace. It is not stagnant, it is steady. It does not ignore trouble. It flows through it, carrying life wherever it goes. This peace is also deeply personal. God tailors it to your situation, whispering what you need in the moment. To the grieving, it says, "You are not alone." To the anxious, it says, "I hold tomorrow." To the weary, it says, "Rest in me." It is a peace that speaks directly to your soul, addressing the very ache you thought was beyond healing. Do not underestimate the testimony of peace. When others see you calm in chaos, it opens doors for conversations about hope. They wonder, "How can you stand so steady?" And your answer becomes clear. It is not me, it is Him. In this way, peace becomes evangelism, silently pointing others to the Prince of Peace. Peace also shapes how you walk through transitions. Life shifts, jobs change, relationships move, seasons evolve. Without peace, transitions feel like earthquakes. With peace, they become opportunities. You step into the unknown, not with panic, but with trust, knowing that the same God who was faithful yesterday will be faithful tomorrow. But this peace must be pursued. It does not come automatically. It comes through abiding. Prayer waters it. Scripture anchors it. Worship fuels it. Obedience protects it. Each time you choose His presence over distraction, you invite peace deeper into your soul. Imagine a lamp in a dark room. Chaos may swirl outside, but within the glow of the lamp, there is clarity, warmth, and safety. That lamp is the peace of God within you. No matter how dark the world becomes, that light cannot be overcome. Chosen one, peace is not a luxury, it is your birthright. It is not fragile, it is unshakable. And it is not temporary, it is eternal. When you walk in peace, you walk in the very atmosphere of heaven. So guard it, protect it, pursue it, and let it flow through you. For in a world drowning in fear, your peace is the proof that God is real and present. Peace also gives you discernment. In moments of decision, confusion can cloud your vision, but peace acts like a compass, pointing toward the path aligned with God's will. Opportunities may appear attractive, but if peace is absent, it is a warning. Doors may look small, even unappealing, yet if peace rests there, it is an invitation. The chosen ones are not guided by pressure, but by peace. And this peace is not fragile, it is resilient. It does not vanish at the first sign of trouble. Instead, it deepens. The more the storm rages, the more it roots itself in your heart. It is not the peace of denial, pretending nothing is wrong. It is the peace of defiance, declaring that even if everything shakes, your foundation will not crumble. Finally, peace prepares you for the future. Life ahead will have storms and transitions, but the peace you cultivate now will sustain you then. Each moment you choose trust over fear. You are building reserves of strength for the battles to come. Peace is not just for today, it is for tomorrow and for eternity. So breathe deeply. Chosen one, let peace be your anchor, your compass, your song, and as you walk in it, may others find their way to the same Prince of Peace who has already claimed your heart. There is a sacred gift hidden in silence. Not the silence of abandonment, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of God that trains your ear to hear what others cannot. Many fear silence, mistaking it for absence, yet silence has always been one of God's most powerful tools to shape the chosen ones. Think of Elijah on Mount Horeb. He expected God in the wind, in the earthquake, in the fire. But the Lord was not in any of these. Then came a gentle whisper, a still small voice, and Elijah wrapped his face in his cloak. In that silence, God spoke. It was not absence, but intimacy. You, too, have walked through seasons when the heavens felt quiet, prayers seemed unanswered, dreams delayed, guidance unclear. But what if the silence was not neglect? What if it was preparation in the quiet? God draws your heart closer, teaching you to listen beyond the noise. The scriptures remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 62, verse 1, "Truly my soul finds rest in God, my salvation comes from Him." Rest is not found in endless striving, but in stillness before Him. Silence is the place where noise is stripped away. The voices of doubt, fear, comparison, and distraction fade, leaving only the whisper of truth. It is uncomfortable because we are addicted to sound, to movement, to constant reassurance. But silence teaches dependence. It trains your spirit to lean on God, not on the echoes of others. Imagine a sculptor in a quiet workshop. With each deliberate strike, he shapes stone into form. The silence is not empty, it is full of creation. In the same way, God shapes you most deeply in silent seasons. Every unanswered prayer is not neglect, it is chiseled to stone, crafting strength and beauty. Silence also reveals motives. When applause is gone, when affirmation is quiet, you discover why you serve. Do you love God for His gifts, or for Himself? Do you obey because of reward, or because of love? Silence sifts motives, leaving only what is pure. This silence is also protective. Sometimes God withholds answers to guard you from running ahead of His timing. His quiet becomes a shield, keeping you from paths that would destroy you if entered too soon. Silence is not delay, it is mercy. Picture seeds planted in soil, buried in darkness. They make no sound, but in the silence, roots form, life stirs, growth begins. To the eye, it seems nothing is happening, but the silence is sacred, preparing for the burst of life to come. You may feel forgotten in silence, but heaven is closer than you think. The very stillness you wrestle with is the atmosphere where God's presence grows strongest. Your cries do not echo into emptiness. They are stored in bowls before His throne. Every tear is counted, every sigh recorded, every silence known. Do not despise this season. The silence you fear today will become the testimony you cherish tomorrow. You will look back and realize, that was when my roots grew deepest. That was when my faith became unshakable. That was when I learned that God's presence is not proven by sound, but by stillness. Chosen one. Silence is not the absence of God. It is the invitation to find Him in a deeper way. Embrace it. Lean into it. Rest in it. And you will discover treasures hidden only in the quiet. Silence also strengthens discernment. When everything is loud, every voice competes for your attention, pulling you in 100 directions. But when silence falls, Your spirit learns to separate the eternal from the temporary, the true from the counterfeit. It is like tuning an instrument. Only in quiet can you hear whether the string is aligned or off-key. God uses silence to tune your heart. So when He speaks again, your spirit recognizes His voice instantly, and silence matures your patience. In a culture obsessed with immediacy, waiting without answers feels unbearable. But patience is not weakness, it is wisdom. To wait in silence is to declare that God's timing is perfect. Even when you cannot see it, it is a surrender that says, I trust the author of my story more than my need for control. Patience forged in silence becomes endurance that can carry you through every storm. Silence also prepares you for revelation. Often, before God speaks something weighty, He draws you into stillness. The quiet stretches your anticipation, sharpens your hunger, and clears space in your soul. Then, when His word arrives, you receive it, not casually, but reverently. Like rain after a long drought, without the silence, the word might not have carried the same weight. Finally, silence births intimacy. Words are important, but the deepest relationships are not built on constant talking. They are built on presence. Think of two friends or lovers sitting quietly together. No words needed, yet everything understood. God longs for this with you. The silence is His way of drawing you into companionship, where His nearness is enough, even without speech. So when silence comes again, do not rush to escape it. Sit with it. Listen through it. Trust it. For in the quiet, the God who formed galaxies is forming something just as vast within you. And one day, when the silence breaks, you will understand why it was necessary. The whisper of His voice will feel sweeter because you learned to treasure it. The revelation will feel deeper because you were prepared to carry it. The breakthrough will feel weightier because your soul was stretched in stillness. Silence is never wasted. It is always sacred groundwork for glory. So do not fear when heaven seems quiet. Instead, take it as a sign that something is being written beneath the surface. Trust that even in stillness, God is speaking in ways beyond sound, through shaping, through refining, through holding you closer than words could ever express. For silence is not the absence of His love, it is its quietest, deepest form. There comes a time when God calls you to step into consecration, a life set apart, purified, and aligned with His will. To be consecrated means you are no longer available for common use, no longer swayed by the world's pull, no longer diluted by compromise. You are a vessel sanctified for holy purpose, marked to carry His glory. Consecration is not about perfection, it is about surrender. It is the daily choice to say, "Not my will, but yours be done." It is the willingness to be refined, pruned, and shaped until what flows from your life looks less like you and more like Him. Consecration is not a single act, but a lifelong posture of the heart. The scriptures remind us in the book of Romans, chapter 12, verse 1, "Offer your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God. This is your true and proper worship." This offering is not partial, it is complete. God is not after fragments of your life, He desires the whole. To walk in consecration means separation. Abraham had to leave his homeland. Daniel had to refuse the king's food. The disciples had to drop their nets. Each step of destiny required letting go of what was familiar to embrace what was eternal. Consecration always costs, but the reward far outweighs the price. Imagine a chalice in a great house. Many cups may exist, ordinary, common, plain. But the chalice reserved for the king's table is not used for anything else. It is polished, protected, and sanctified. You are that chalice. God has not marked you for commonness, but for His table, His presence, His glory. And consecration is not only about what you leave behind, it is about what you step into. It positions you for intimacy. It makes your spirit sensitive to His whispers. It clears space in your heart for His power to dwell without obstruction. To be consecrated is to be entrusted with deeper things of the Spirit. Because you have chosen to be faithful with the small things, this is why your consecration matters not only for you, but for generations. Your surrender today becomes the foundation for tomorrow's legacy. The choices you make ripple outward, shaping destinies you will never see with your own eyes. Consecration is not just personal, it is generational. And so, here is your prophetic act. Comment the number 4,444 below. Why 4,444? Because the number 4 often represents seasons, foundations, and creation: north, south, east, and west. 4 winds, 4 corners of the earth. By declaring 4,444, you are prophetically saying, I choose consecration in every direction of my life. My foundation will be holy. My seasons will be surrendered. My future will be anchored in God. When you write it, you are not typing digits. You are building an altar. You are setting a marker that says, I will not live diluted. I will not settle for commonness. I choose to be set apart. None. Consecration also transforms your perspective. What once looked attractive begins to lose its shine. What once tempted you no longer satisfies. It is not because you have become cold, but because you have tasted something greater. The more you encounter His holiness, the less room compromise has in your life. Picture a bride preparing for her wedding day. She sets herself apart, not because she despises others, but because she is preparing for a covenant. Every detail matters: the dress, the vows, the readiness of her heart. In the same way, you are the bride of Christ, and consecration is your preparation for that eternal union. Chosen one. The call to consecration is not a burden, it is a privilege. It is the honor of being trusted with purity in a polluted world, with holiness in a generation that mocks it, with light in a culture addicted to shadows. Do not despise it. Embrace it. For the more you set yourself apart, the more clearly His glory will shine through you. So stand firm. Declare your surrender, and let the number 4,444 be more than digits. It is your covenant, your commitment, your declaration that you will walk as a consecrated vessel, fully alive to God's purpose, fully surrendered to His will. Consecration also sharpens your authority. Authority does not come from titles or positions, it flows from purity. The more your life is uncluttered by compromise, the clearer your voice resounds in the Spirit. Demons do not fear eloquence, they fear holiness. When your life is set apart, even your quiet prayers carry weight, and your whispered declarations move mountains. In consecration, you also discover freedom. Many think separation means restriction, but in truth, it unlocks liberty. When you no longer bow to the opinions of people, when you no longer serve the cravings of flesh, you become free to live in the fullness of God's will. Consecration does not shrink your life, it expands it beyond what you thought possible. And remember, consecration is not an event, but a daily renewal. Each morning, you place yourself again on the altar. Each evening, you reaffirm your surrender. Slowly, your desires begin to shift until holiness feels natural and compromise feels foreign. This is the miracle of consecration. It transforms not only your choices, but your very nature. So let this truth anchor you. You are set apart, not for loss, but for glory. Every sacrifice you make today is building an eternal inheritance. And one day, when you stand before Him, you will see that no surrender was wasted, no consecration overlooked. Heaven remembers, and heaven rewards. And when consecration feels heavy, remember this: you are not carrying it alone. The Spirit empowers what your flesh cannot. Where your will falters, His grace strengthens. Where your resolve weakens, His love sustains. You are not striving to be holy, you are surrendering to the Holy One who already dwells in you. In the end, consecration is not about rules, it is about relationship. It is the daily choice to say, I belong to you, and you alone, and from that place flows joy, freedom, and unshakable identity. Chosen one. Never forget, to be consecrated is not to lose your life, but to find the life you were always created for. There is something extraordinary that happens when you finally recognize that your story is not just about you, it is about every soul your life will touch. The chosen ones are never called to live in isolation. They are called to carry light into dark places, to serve as vessels of hope in a weary world. Your journey, with all its scars and triumphs, becomes a message written not only for your healing, but for the healing of many. The scriptures remind us in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Light is not meant to remain in secret. It shines. It spreads. It transforms the atmosphere around it. This is what your life is becoming. You may not always feel like light, but the Spirit within you ensures that wherever you step, something shifts. Hope rises in the discouraged. Courage stirs in the faint-hearted. Healing begins in the broken. It is not your strength, but His presence flowing through you. Yet carrying light comes with cost. It requires you to keep your lamp burning, even when the night feels long. It asks you to endure moments when others misunderstand or mock the glow within you. But just as lamps in ancient times required oil, your soul requires continual replenishing. That oil is prayer, worship, scripture, and surrender. Without it, the flame dims. With it, the flame becomes unstoppable. Now pause with me here, because this is where you have a chance to extend the reach of this very light. These messages are oil for many lamps, words that remind, restore, and rekindle faith. And just like oil, they are meant to be shared. When you click like, you are pouring a drop of oil into this flame, helping it burn brighter for someone else. When you share, it is as if you are handing a lantern to another traveler on a dark road. When you subscribe, it is like committing to return to the well, ensuring you never run dry of encouragement. And if you ever feel led to donate, see it as filling a great vessel of oil, from which countless lamps can be lit. Your offering is not demanded, it is a fragrance of love, poured freely. Just as Mary poured her perfume at the feet of Jesus. Understand this: support is never about compulsion. It is not a condition, not a transaction. It is a choice born of gratitude, a desire to see others receive what you yourself have received. It is the beauty of voluntary giving, like a seed planted freely into good soil. Trusting it will multiply into a harvest you may never fully see. Picture a single candle in a vast cathedral. Its glow may seem small, but as more candles are lit from its flame, soon the entire hall blazes with light. That is how your participation works. Your smallest act, your click, your share, your offering multiplies into a flood of light, reaching corners you could never travel to alone. And beyond all this, never forget, the flame you carry is not fragile. It has been tested in storms, refined in wilderness, strengthened in silence. You are not a flickering ember, you are a fire placed on the hill of destiny. The world may try to cover it, but it cannot be extinguished. So walk boldly, chosen one. Guard the flame, share the light, pour the oil, and remember, every act of faith, every step of obedience, every offering of love becomes part of a greater story, one where the darkness is pushed back, and the kingdom of God shines brighter through you. And let me leave you with this picture. Imagine drops of oil falling, one by one, into an empty jar, alone. Each drop seems small, almost unnoticed, but as they gather, the jar begins to fill. Soon, what was once just a trickle becomes enough to fuel a lamp, enough to light a room, enough to guide a traveler through the night. That is what happens when you choose to like, share, subscribe, or donate. Your single act may feel small, but joined with others, it becomes a river of oil, a flood of light, a movement that carries hope farther than you could imagine. Every click, every gift, every gesture of love is a drop in the jar of heaven, and together it overflows. So, never underestimate the beauty of your part, for in God's kingdom, no drop is wasted, no flame is too small, and no offering is ever forgotten. And when the jar overflows, the fragrance rises. Heaven takes note of what earth overlooks. What feels ordinary to you, a simple gesture, a quiet, yes, becomes extraordinary in the sight of God. The widow's 2 coins still echo through time, because they were drops of oil poured with sincerity. In the same way, your smallest act carries eternal weight when it is given from the heart. Picture a river starting from a single spring. It does not roar at first, it trickles. Yet as streams join, the current strengthens, carving valleys, nourishing fields, and shaping landscapes. This is what happens when each chosen one adds their drop of oil, their flame, their faith. The result is not just addition, it is multiplication. So, as you walk forward, remember, you are not just a receiver of light, you are a bearer of it. And when you choose to pour out, whether through encouragement, prayer, or support, you become part of a great river that will keep flowing long after this moment. There is a sacred moment when revelation becomes reality, when the words you have heard in secret begin to take flesh in your life. This is not about distant promises or vague hopes. This is about manifestation, the visible evidence that God's hand has been guiding you all along. For too long, perhaps, you have felt like you were carrying prophecies that remained unfulfilled, like seeds buried too deep to ever sprout. But hear this now. The season of hiddenness is shifting. What was planted in tears will rise in joy. The scriptures declare in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Do you see? Delay is not denial. What God has spoken is not fragile. It is inevitable. Manifestation is not simply about receiving blessings. It is about alignment. It is when your choices, your obedience, your posture meet the timing of heaven. And in that intersection, doors swing open, opportunities emerge, and promises unfold with undeniable clarity. Think of Joseph, who carried dreams as a teenager but endured betrayal, slavery, and prison before manifestation arrived. When the moment came, it was not gradual, it was sudden. One night he slept in chains, and the next day he stood in Pharaoh's court, clothed in authority. That is the power of manifestation. It comes like dawn, breaking suddenly after the longest night. But manifestation requires endurance. Seeds must remain underground until their roots are strong enough to sustain growth. If they sprout too early, they wither. Likewise, promises manifest when your character is deep enough to sustain them. That is why the waiting season matters. God is not cruel. He is careful. He will not release what will crush you. He will release only what you are ready to carry. Picture a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis. The struggle looks painful, unnecessary even. But if someone cuts open the cocoon to help, the wings will not develop strength, and the butterfly cannot fly. Manifestation comes through struggle, but the struggle is the very thing that prepares you for flight. This is why manifestation often feels costly. It pulls you through tests, pruning, delays, and refining fire. Yet when the promise comes into view, you realize none of it was wasted. Every tear, every prayer, every hidden sacrifice was shaping the vessel to hold the glory that is now unfolding. And here is your prophetic response for this moment. Comment these words below. It is time. Just 3 words. But they carry prophetic weight. When you type them, you are not merely writing, you are aligning. You are declaring that the waiting has prepared you, that the season has shifted, and that you are stepping into the manifestation of what God has spoken. Do not underestimate this declaration. Heaven moves when faith and confession meet. By saying, "It is time," you are not demanding. You are agreeing with the rhythm of God. You are planting your feet on the ground of promise and declaring, "I will walk in what has been ordained for me. I am chosen one." Manifestation is not about striving harder. It is about receiving what has already been written in your story. Your name was carved into God's plan before time began, and every step, even the painful ones, has been guiding you here. So hold your head high. Step forward with courage, for what was hidden is about to be revealed, and what was delayed is about to arrive right on time. Manifestation also teaches you humility. When the promise finally arrives, It is tempting to think your effort or wisdom brought it to pass. But the truth is this: manifestation is always grace. It is God's hand aligning circumstances, opening doors you could not force, and releasing provision you could not create. Your role was obedience, but His role was fulfillment. And when you recognize that, gratitude floods your soul. It also teaches stewardship. Promises fulfilled are not meant to be idols, they are meant to be assignments. The manifestation is not the end, it is the beginning of a new level of responsibility. Joseph's dream did not end with authority. It began with famine to manage and nations to feed. Your manifestation is not only for your joy, it is for the impact it will bring to others. And manifestation reveals God's faithfulness. Every fulfilled word becomes a monument in your memory, a stone of remembrance like those Joshua commanded Israel to set up after crossing the Jordan. They stood as testimony that if God did it once, He can do it again. Each manifestation builds your faith for the next, until your entire life becomes a chain of fulfilled promises pointing to His glory. So, chosen one, let this truth anchor you. The waiting was not wasted. The process was not pointless. And the promise is not fragile. Manifestation is certain because the one who spoke it cannot lie. Lift your eyes and declare with faith, it is time. Not because you say so, but because heaven has aligned and the season has shifted in your favor. And when you step into this manifestation, do not forget the path that carried you here. Every unanswered prayer, every closed door, every season of silence was not a detour, it was preparation. Without the nights of weeping, you would not value the mornings of joy. Without the crushing, you would not carry the fragrance of resilience. Manifestation is not the conclusion of your story. It is the unfolding of a new chapter. Each fulfilled promise is both a destination and a doorway. You arrive, yes, but you also step into more. For the God who begins a good work in you will never stop at partial completion. He brings it to fullness, layer by layer, season by season, glory by glory. So walk into this season with reverence, with gratitude, and with bold expectation. Heaven's timing is perfect, and your steps are already ordered. What is before you now is not accident, but appointment. And as you carry this manifestation, let it shine for all to see proof that God is faithful, and His word never fails. There is a weight that comes with being entrusted by God. It is the mantle of responsibility. Many long for anointing, but few pause to consider the responsibility that comes with it. To be chosen is not merely to be celebrated, it is to be burdened with holy accountability. Heaven places a mantle on your shoulders, and that mantle requires integrity, consistency, and sacrifice. Think of Elijah passing his cloak to Elisha. It was not simply fabric, it was the transfer of a calling, a visible symbol of invisible weight. Elisha left his oxen, his family, and his former life because he understood. To carry the mantle meant to abandon the ordinary. To wear it meant to live differently. The scriptures remind us in the book of James, chapter 3, verse 1, "Not many of you should become teachers, my fellow believers, because you know that we who teach will be judged more strictly." This verse reveals the sobering truth. Responsibility increases with calling. The greater your assignment, the deeper your accountability. Responsibility is not meant to crush you, it is meant to shape you. The mantle disciplines your choices, sets boundaries around your life, and calls you into deeper dependence on God. It is not permission to live however you wish. It is the reminder that others are watching, learning, and following. Your steps carry influence, and your words carry weight. Picture a shepherd guiding sheep across a narrow path. His responsibility is not only for himself, but for every sheep that trusts his leading. If he strays, they stray. If he falters, they falter. In the same way, your mantle is not just for your destiny, it is for those who will walk after you. Responsibility also demands perseverance. When the weight feels heavy, it is tempting to lay it down, to choose the comfort of ordinary living. But chosen ones cannot blend back into the crowd. Once the mantle has been placed, it marks you permanently. Jonah tried to run, but even in the belly of a fish, the call found him. Responsibility is inescapable because God's assignments are irrevocable. But here is the beauty. With responsibility comes empowerment. God never places a weight on you without also giving the strength to bear it. His Spirit equips you. His grace sustains you. And His presence walks with you. The mantle may feel heavy, but it is not carried alone. Imagine a soldier carrying a banner in battle. The weight may strain his arms, but the sight of the banner rallies the army. His responsibility is not just to hold, it is to inspire, to remind others of their cause. Likewise, your responsibility becomes the beacon others look to, a testimony of faithfulness in the midst of struggle. Responsibility also transforms how you see trials. What once felt like random suffering now feels like training. Each challenge, each test, each fire refines your capacity to carry more. You realize that God trusted you with this weight because He knew you could endure what others could not. The responsibility becomes not a curse, but a crown. Chosen one, do not despise the mantle placed upon you. It is not a punishment, it is an honor. It is heaven's way of saying, I trust you with my work. I trust you with my people. I trust you with my glory. 1. So wear it with humility. Carry it with reverence. And remember that responsibility is not meant to isolate you, but to elevate you, drawing you closer to God and making your life a testimony for others to follow. Responsibility also sharpens your discernment. When you know your choices impact more than just yourself, you begin to weigh decisions with greater care. You ask not only, is this allowed, but will this honor God and bless those who look to me? The mantle lifts you above selfishness, compelling you to see through the lens of eternity. It also deepens your prayer life. Casual prayers will not sustain heavy responsibility. You begin to intercede not only for your needs, but for those entrusted to you. Your prayer closet becomes a command center, where heaven's strategies are revealed and burdens are lifted. Every yes to responsibility enlarges your capacity to carry others in the secret place. Responsibility also creates legacy. What you model now becomes the pattern others inherit. If you walk with integrity, those who follow you will do the same. If you yield to compromise, they may stumble in the same traps. Your mantle does not end with you, it multiplies into generations. This is why carrying it faithfully is so vital. And when responsibility feels overwhelming, remember this: you were not chosen because you are flawless, but because you are willing. God delights in using imperfect vessels to display perfect glory. Responsibility is not about proving your worth. It is about proving His faithfulness through your surrender. So, lift your head. Chosen one. The weight you feel is not meant to break you. It is meant to build you. Every step you take under the mantle shapes you into a leader heaven can trust and a witness earth cannot ignore. Carry it with courage, for your responsibility is also your reward. And as you carry this mantle, know that it will not always feel glorious. Some days it will feel heavy, even lonely. But the unseen reality is this: heaven is watching, cheering, and recording every step. The mantle you carry on earth will one day be exchanged for a crown in eternity. Every sacrifice, every unseen act of faithfulness, every quiet yes will shine like jewels in that crown. So, do not shrink back from responsibility. Do not despise the weight. Instead, embrace it as proof that you are trusted, that you are chosen, that your life is part of a story much larger than yourself. For the mantle you bear today is shaping the legacy you will leave tomorrow, and heaven itself will honor the way you carried it. There is a sacred reality that many overlook: the inheritance of endurance. Endurance is not a passive waiting. It is an active perseverance, a steady faith that continues even when circumstances scream otherwise. It is the mark of those who are truly chosen, because endurance proves that your faith is not shallow soil, but deep root. The scriptures declare in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36, you need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. Endurance is not optional. It is the pathway to promise. Without it, the journey cannot be completed, and the crown cannot be won. Endurance is formed in trial. Smooth paths do not build strong legs. Easy seasons do not produce deep faith. It is the long nights of waiting, the unanswered prayers, the fiery tests that carve endurance into your soul. You may have felt like those seasons were wasted, but in truth, they were the training ground, preparing you to carry more than you imagined. Think of Job, who endured loss beyond comprehension: family, wealth, health. Friends accused him. His wife urged him to give up. Yet he held to faith. In the end, his endurance brought restoration and double portion. His story was not just about survival. It was about proving that faith can outlast even the fiercest storms. Endurance also refines your perspective. When you endure, you stop asking, "How quickly can I escape this?" and begin asking, "What is God forming in me through this?" You move from desperation to revelation. You see trials not as prisons, but as classrooms, where endurance is taught and character is shaped. Picture a runner in a marathon. The beginning is fueled by excitement, the end by anticipation of the finish line. But it is the middle, when fatigue hits and the crowd thins, that endurance is tested. Many drop out in that stretch, but those who press on discover a second wind, a hidden strength that carries them further than they thought possible. Your spiritual journey mirrors this marathon. Endurance carries you through the middle stretch of destiny. Endurance also silences the enemy. Satan's greatest weapon is discouragement. He whispers that you are forgotten, that nothing will change, that giving up is easier. But every time you rise again, every time you keep praying, keep trusting, keep walking, you defeat him without words. Your endurance testifies louder than any sermon. My faith is not fragile. My God is still faithful. Chosen one. Endurance is not glamorous, but it is glorious. Crowds may not cheer. Accolades may not come, but heaven watches every step. Angels record every tear, every weary but determined prayer, every act of faith in the fire. And one day, you will hear the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." That is the reward of endurance. Do not despise the season you are in if it demands endurance. See it as proof that God trusts you with battles that require strength others do not yet carry. You were chosen not only to shine in glory, but to endure in hardship. And every time you endure, you grow into the likeness of the one who endured the cross for you. So, keep going, keep standing, keep enduring, for the promise is certain, and the crown is waiting. Endurance also matures your faith into something unshakable. Many begin with zeal, their hearts burning bright. But without endurance, the flame flickers when the winds of opposition blow. Endurance transforms that spark into a steady fire, one that cannot be extinguished. It teaches you that faith is not about how you start, but how you finish. It also enlarges your testimony. Without endurance, your story ends in the valley. With endurance, your story reaches the mountaintop, declaring not just that you survived, but that you overcame. Think of Paul, who endured shipwrecks, prison, betrayal, and hardship. His testimony did not come from avoiding trials, but from pressing through them. And because he endured, his voice still speaks centuries later, strengthening millions. Endurance draws you closer to Christ himself. He endured the cross, scorning its shame, for the joy set before him. When you endure, you share in his suffering and also in his victory. Your endurance becomes a mirror of his, a living reflection of his strength at work in you. Picture a blacksmith holding metal in fire. The longer it endures heat, the stronger it becomes when cooled. Without the fire, the blade would be brittle, unable to withstand battle. So too, your endurance in fire makes you resilient, unbreakable, ready to carry weight without shattering. And endurance deepens your hope. Each time you outlast the trial, your hope grows stronger, because you know from experience that storms do not last forever. You carry in your heart the memory of past deliverances, and those memories fuel your confidence in the present. Endurance teaches you not just to hope vaguely, but to hope with certainty. Do not fear if your journey feels long. Endurance is lengthening your stride, strengthening your lungs, expanding your capacity. What once would have broken you now cannot move you. What once drained you now only pushes you deeper into God's presence. Sua embrace endurance. See it not as punishment, but as preparation. It is the mark of the chosen ones, the crown of those who refuse to quit, and the evidence that your faith is alive. For those who endure to the end will not only be saved, they will shine with glory. There is a dimension of the chosen journey that often goes unnoticed, the hidden shaping of identity. Identity is not what the world has called you, nor the labels circumstances have placed on you. Identity is the name heaven wrote over you before your first breath, the truth sealed into your spirit before you ever faced rejection, failure, or shame. The scriptures remind us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, Verse 1. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. To be summoned by name means you are not a number, not an accident, not a mistake. You are known, claimed, and cherished by the Creator. But identity is often forged in fire. You discover who you truly are, not in comfort, but in challenge. Just as gold reveals its purity in the furnace, so your true identity emerges when trials strip away the masks and false names you have carried. The world may have called you broken, forgotten, or unworthy, but fire reveals that beneath those lies, you are chosen, beloved, and set apart. Think of Gideon, hiding in fear, threshing wheat in secret. He called himself the least of the least. But the angel of the Lord addressed him as mighty warrior. Heaven spoke identity into a man who could not see it himself. That is the power of divine identity. It does not describe who you feel like in the moment, but who you are in God's eternal design. Identity also requires shedding old garments. Just as Joseph's multicolored coat was stripped before his destiny unfolded, there are labels you must release to step fully into who you are. The coat of approval, the cloak of people-pleasing, the garment of shame, all must fall away. Only then can you wear the robe of righteousness, the mantle of purpose, the crown of sonship. Picture a sculptor staring at a block of marble. To the untrained eye, it is shapeless stone, but the sculptor sees what lies within. With each strike of the chisel, pieces fall away, until the hidden figure emerges. This is what God is doing in you. The chiseling may hurt, but it reveals the masterpiece He already sees. Identity is also confirmed through intimacy. You cannot discover who you are apart from the one who made you. When you draw near, His voice drowns out the counterfeits. He reminds you, you are mine, and in His presence, you no longer live for the applause of people or the approval of culture. You rest in the unshakable truth of being chosen. And when you walk in true identity, everything changes. Your prayers carry authority, because you know you are a child, speaking to your Father. Your steps carry confidence, because you know you are walking in destiny. Your battles carry victory, because you know you are fighting from identity, not for it. Chosen one. Never forget, your identity is not what the world says about you, nor even what you sometimes believe about yourself. Your identity is anchored in heaven's declaration, written before time began. You are mine, and when you live from that truth, nothing can shake who you are. Identity also shifts how you see others. When you know who you are in God, you no longer compete, compare, or envy. Instead, you celebrate the unique fingerprints of heaven on each life. You recognize that no one can steal your place, because your identity is singular, unrepeatable, eternal. Just as no two stars shine with the same brilliance, no two chosen ones carry the same assignment. This understanding births freedom. You stop striving to prove yourself, because you realize you are already approved. You stop performing for love, because you know you are already loved. Identity liberates you from the exhausting cycle of trying to earn what was freely given. It also anchors you in storms. Labels may shift. Seasons may change. People may misunderstand. But identity remains steady. Think of Jesus at His baptism, before any miracles, before any crowds, before any cross. The Father's voice declared, "This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased." That affirmation was identity, and it sustained him through rejection, betrayal, and crucifixion. Identity carries authority as well. When you walk in who God says you are, doors open not because of force, but because of alignment. You no longer beg for seats at tables. God sets tables before you in the presence of your enemies. Authority is not loud, it is secure. It flows from knowing whose you are. Picture a lion in the wild. It does not roar constantly to prove it is a lion. It simply walks, and its presence commands respect. In the same way, true identity does not strive, it rests. Your authority is not in noise, but in the quiet confidence of being chosen. Living from identity also transforms obedience. You no longer follow God out of fear, but out of love. You realize commands are not restrictions, but invitations, designed to protect your identity and propel your destiny. Obedience flows naturally when you know you are already accepted, and identity equips you to endure attacks. The enemy cannot destroy your destiny, but he will try to distort your identity. He whispers, "Did God really say? Are you really chosen? Are you enough?" These are not random doubts, they are ancient strategies. He used them in Eden, in the wilderness, even at the cross. But when you root yourself in God's declaration, you silence those lies with truth. I am His. I am called. I am chosen. Finally, identity prepares you for legacy. You cannot pass on what you do not possess. When you live from the fullness of your true name, you impart courage, faith, and clarity to those who come after you. Your life becomes a signpost, pointing others back to their own identity in God. So guard this truth. Chosen one. You are not defined by failure, by circumstance, by others' opinions, or even by your own doubts. You are defined by the eternal word spoken over you. You are mine, and nothing, no storm, no shadow, no enemy can change that. There comes a moment in the journey of every chosen one when the path bends toward eternity. The trials, the victories, the waiting, the breakthroughs, all of it begins to point beyond this present world to the kingdom that cannot be shaken. This is not to dismiss the value of today, but to reveal its deeper meaning. Every step has been preparation for glory. The scriptures declare in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." What feels unbearable today is, in truth, a weight of glory being woven into your story. The struggles you endured, the scars you carry, the endurance you built, these are not wasted. They are shaping you into a vessel that reflects eternity. Glory is not merely a distant reward, it is a present reality breaking into your life, even now. Every time you forgive when wronged, glory shines. Every time you worship through tears, glory breaks forth. Every time you rise after falling, glory becomes visible. This is why your life carries such weight. You are a living testimony of glory revealed in fragile humanity. But the fullness of glory is still ahead. The chosen ones live in this tension, already marked, but not yet complete, already shining, but awaiting greater light. Like pilgrims on a long journey, you walk with hope in your eyes, knowing that what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. Think of Moses descending from the mountain, his face radiant after encountering God. The people could not even look at him because of the glory that clung to his skin. That was but a glimpse, a foretaste. You, too, are being transformed daily into carriers of glory, from glory to greater glory, until the day when his light fully envelops you. This is why chosen ones cannot live for this world alone. Earthly crowns fade, but heavenly crowns endure. Success here may glitter, but only what is done in obedience will echo in eternity. Glory calls you higher, reminding you that life is not about accumulation, but about transformation. Picture a mirror being polished. At first, it reflects poorly, clouded by dust and scratches, but with each stroke, the reflection grows clearer. In the same way, your journey has been a polishing. The pain, the silence, the waiting, the responsibility, all of it has been removing what obscured the reflection. And now, more than ever, his image is visible in you. Glory also carries responsibility. To shine is not to boast, but to point. Just as the moon reflects the sun, your life reflects the radiance of the one who called you. The chosen ones never forget. The light is not theirs, but his. And yet, what an honor to carry it into the shadows of this world. And so you walk forward, not with arrogance, but with awe, not with fear, but with faith. You know the journey is not over, but you also know the outcome is secure. For he who began a good work in you will carry it to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Chosen one, let this truth be your anchor. You were never ordinary. From the beginning, heaven placed its mark upon you. Through every valley, through every storm, through every silence, that mark has held. And now, as you step into the fullness of destiny, you shine not by your own strength, but by the glory of the one who chose you. This is your inheritance, to endure, to overcome, to reflect his glory. And one day, when time folds into eternity, you will stand before him, radiant, crowned, and whole. In that moment, every tear will make sense. Every trial will seem small. Every sacrifice will be worth it. For the glory revealed will far outweigh it all. So lift your head, carry your light, and walk on. For you are God's chosen one, and your story, sealed in glory, has only just begun. Glory is also communal. Though your journey has been deeply personal, it has never been solitary. Every chosen one is part of a greater tapestry, threads woven together into a masterpiece that reflects the Creator's design. Your victories encourage others. Their endurance strengthens you. None of you shine alone. You shine as part of a constellation. Each star positioned with care, each light contributing to a sky filled with wonder. This is why unity matters. Division dims light, but love multiplies it. When chosen ones walk in harmony, their collective radiance pushes back vast expanses of darkness. The world may ignore sermons, but it cannot ignore a community ablaze with glory, living testimonies of God's kingdom on earth. And glory is generational. What you carry does not end with you. Just as Abraham's faith became the foundation for nations, so your obedience today becomes the inheritance of tomorrow. Your children, your community, even those you may never meet, will breathe easier because you chose to shine. Glory plants seeds that grow long after you are gone. Glory also prepares you for eternity. Every glimpse you experience now, the peace in storms, the joy in trials, the fire in worship is but a preview of what awaits. Eye has not seen, ear has not heard, nor has it entered into the heart of man what God has prepared for those who love him. The glimpses are enough to sustain you, but the fullness will one day overwhelm you with awe. Picture a dawn breaking after a long night. The first light is beautiful, but it is only the beginning. Soon the sun rises in fullness, flooding the world with brilliance. That is your destiny. You have seen the first light, but the day of fullness is coming. So hold fast. Chosen one, do not let the weight of the world dim your flame. Do not allow the weariness of the journey to blind you to the glory ahead. Every step has mattered. Every season has counted. And every moment has been shaping you for this. The story is not ending, it is expanding. Glory is not your finale, it is your eternal beginning. Walk forward with hope, for the best is not behind you, but before you, written in light, sealed in heaven, secured by the one who called you his own, chosen one. You have walked through every valley of these words, step by step, season by season. You have heard reminders of identity, resilience, consecration, endurance, awakening, and glory. None of it was coincidence. You were drawn here because heaven wanted to whisper again, you are not ordinary. You are chosen. You are marked for more. But this journey does not end here. It begins anew in your life. Every truth you have absorbed must now take root. The world around you is still searching, still waiting for voices of hope, for living testimonies of light. You are one of them. Your steps, your choices, your obedience will ripple far beyond your own story. And this is where you can extend the impact. When you click like, you are not just interacting, you are affirming that this light matters, that hope still has a voice in the noise of the world. When you share, you are carrying this torch to others, still wandering in shadows, passing them a flame that may ignite their destiny. When you comment, your words become part of a living testimony, echoing faith into the lives of others who read. When you subscribe, you are choosing to stay connected, to return for fresh oil and fresh encouragement, ensuring the fire in you never runs dry. And if you ever feel led to donate, think of it as adding another log to the fire. One log may seem small, but as it burns, the warmth spreads farther, keeping the flame alive for those who come cold and weary. Your giving is never forced. It is simply fuel for light to continue reaching those in darkness. Each of these actions is small in the eyes of the world, but in the spirit, they are seeds, tiny, faithful acts that grow into forests of influence. Think of it. One click can cross oceans. One share can reach hearts you will never meet. One comment can encourage someone on the edge of surrender. This is not technology by chance. It is kingdom strategy. A way for light to flood through unexpected doors. Your part matters more than you realize. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither can your light. And when you add your voice, your presence, your simple yes to this movement, the glow spreads farther and brighter. So let your heart respond freely. Do not see it as obligation, but as invitation. Just as Mary poured her alabaster jar without hesitation, let your support flow naturally, beautifully, and sincerely. Each act is worship. Each act is fragrance. Each act is a declaration. I will not let this flame fade. I will carry it forward. Chosen one, take these final words as a seal. Your story is not over. Your light is not dimming. And your destiny is not behind you. It is unfolding even now. Rise into it. Walk boldly in it. And let your life continue to testify of the one who called you out of darkness into marvelous light. Like, share, comment, subscribe, donate. Let your light join with countless others, until the world cannot help but see the glory of God shining through His chosen ones.